Hello, everybody, and welcome to HyDef 2024. I'm Ben Jorgensen. I'm the CEO of Constellation, and I'm introducing the day. We have a really packed day today. It's really exciting. We've got a lot of announcements. We've got some great thought leaders coming up. Please remember to sign in for Swap Card to participate in daily prizes and giveaways that we're having. I'm excited. I've spent the last 3 months with this team getting ready for it, getting product demos ready, product launches, seeing hackathon participants come alive, and then engaging with some of my mentors and friends in the space that can talk very dynamically about the future of Web3, the future of blockchain, the future of crypto, but more importantly, the future of Constellation. Which I'm very excited. This is a day, in many ways, is like an unveiling of Constellation. I was reflecting before today's talk and today's presentation on what this journey's been like. And about 7 years ago, almost to the day, a bunch of us got together and started putting the structure together for Constellation with a white paper, with the basic team dynamics, what we wanted to accomplish. It was a very exciting moment, and then and now here we are, 7 years later. I can't believe it. I was 33 when we started this whole thing, and now I'm turning 41. And shockingly, I don't have that many gray hairs, but I'm really excited. I feel that this is a moment to bring the community together. A lot has happened over the past year, and it's time we kind of bring it out to the front and show how we're different, what we're doing that's different, and inspire kind of this next tranche of innovation. So how we're going to begin the day, I'm going to be having a talk with my friend and mentor and advisor, Alan Boehm. And then we're going to go into a lot of content around federal and enterprise opportunities that we're building solutions for. And so it's going to be a really packed morning, and then we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back and start to talk about the technology in detail. So I urge you all to tune in to everything, because during the day there's going to be announcements across the board. So without further ado, I want to introduce my friend, my advisor and mentor, Alan Boehm. He's the former CTO of Coca-Cola, former CTO of H&M, former CTO of Procter & Gamble. He just keeps doing amazing things. But over the past couple years, I've gotten to know Alan on a personal level, and I'm very inspired by his perspective on distributed systems, distributed computing, and where technology is going. More importantly, where corporate innovation is going, and how community can drive that effort. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Alan, and then I'm going to sit down and do a little Q&A with him.
All right, thanks. Appreciate it. So as Ben said, I'm just old. I've been around all these different companies, and I've seen tech change over the years, and going way back to when I first started getting involved in the 1980s and in the 1990s. And the one thing I've learned is that patterns repeat themselves. And if you go way back in time when first you had the mainframes, then you ended up with, I'll call it edge computing back then, which happened to be PCs or happened to be AS400s and System 36s and things like this. And now we got into the web, and then we into the cloud. And now, it's been long overdue to go back out and break things out again, okay? And the reason is that you can't defeat latency by sitting there and doing everything centrally controlled. You have security risks that are unbelievable if you start centralizing everything. And you need to be able to distribute the security risk and manage that. Corporations, however, are different beasts. And we're always in corporations, we're always looking for that next thing, that next innovation, but corporate innovation is different than what real innovation is. Corporate innovation tends to be incremental. Let's add on a little bit to where we were and to where we're going so we can move forward. This is driven and motivated by the financial incentives of corporations. It's motivated by the culture of the corporations and the people involved, which really is about protecting themselves and protecting their jobs. They're not looking for that next big leap. That's why there's so much disruption that comes from outside, whether it's Elon, who reinvented some people can say stole the whole concept of a reusable rocket, because this actually was invented or thought of by NASA 20 years ago, 25, 30 years ago, but he was the one that brought it in. Or we look at what's happened to Uber and taking over the transportation industry. It's taken people from outside, people that are in a broader community, to reinvent things. And that's the problem that corporations have, is they're very much internally focused, and they look at everything that way. So what we're trying to look at is, what is that next S-curve? And the S-curve is that jump ahead, which will redefine an industry, redefine a product, redefine a corporation, and redefine society. And I think for a number of years, we've been on the verge of this, but we've had a lot of resistance internally in corporations today to take it on. But now is the time to change. And the change happens when you involve a community. The true innovation will occur in what I call between the white spaces. We know what's to the left of us, we know what's to the right of us. By combining things together in unique patterns and unique ways, we can create new things. And that brings us back out to the edge. The edge is the only way, in my opinion. I've been saying this for about 7 years, and people keep telling me I'm wrong, but I know it's right. Edge meaning hybrid, because you're not going to do everything on the edge. You're not going to do everything in the center. You're not going to do everything in the cloud. But it's the combination of these things. And what does that take? It takes new platform approaches. It takes new ways of thinking. And it takes a commitment by everybody to do it. Now, what are the blockers? And that's the most important thing, is to understand the blockers. We all want to get involved in pulling corporations in order to make those steps forward. The problem with corporations, as I said, is they're not set up to advance that way. Inside a corporation, there's 3 departments which are going to block anything and everything anybody tries to do, because it's different. Okay? It is not the technology departments. Everyone thinks it is. You go in, you try to sell to a corporation. Sometimes certain corporations, the technologists don't understand. That's when you have to educate. And it really takes educating. We got out in front of our skis, I guess is the expression, years ago in the area of Web 3, going towards Web 4 and Web 5 and blockchain, because we assumed that we assumed everybody was ready to jump on the bandwagon. There was a lot of hype. You know, the hype came from the VCs. The VCs were hyping it because they needed something in order to grab attention to get people to invest in. And then the nice thing for many of us is that crypto came on. The problem with the crypto was it started confusing the corporations. Whenever you started talking blockchain, they immediately started talking crypto. And they didn't understand the real value of the technology and what it's going to do in the future. And that is a good thing for those of us that participated on the crypto side, but it made it more difficult for the technology to be adopted in a way that could be used by the corporations. So when we start looking at corporations, what do we have to sell around? What do we have to do? I'm going to take us back to a completely different set of technology, but as an example, Salesforce.com, which happens to have this huge building here in San Francisco, if anyone's ever seen it, you know, when they got started on Mark for many, many years, they sold around the IT department. They went into corporations and they went right to the marketing and salespeople because they could solve a problem and there was less resistance. So sometimes you have to be able to sell around and go around people. The legal departments are some of the worst to have to deal with, because legal's job, they look at it as not to enable business, but they look at it as to protect the company. So they're a department of no, N-O. And you're going to run into that every time. Whether it's you need a large indemnification clause, you need to do this because it's new technology, we don't understand it. So you have to try to figure out, how are you going to educate the attorneys in these large corporations in order to adopt new things. Next one that you're going to have trouble with is procurement, because procurement is biased immediately to old ways and old approaches and proven, because they don't have to do any additional work. They already have contracts in place with these large vendors. But these large vendors and these large technology companies, if you look at their R&D spend over the last X number of years as a percentage of their revenue, it's actually been decreasing. Many of the large technology companies really are just using their balance sheets in order to acquire new technology, actually not to develop or build new technologies. We can even see that most recently with what happened in the Gen AI space, where one of the large corporations made a huge investment in the Gen AI company because they weren't able to get it done themselves internally. And so they had to bring it over. But of course, it's not all equal everywhere in the world. The other place that we have to worry about is the HR departments, because the HR departments have an idea that everybody in the company is equal. And therefore, when you want to have people that are looking at new technologies, they're no different than anybody else is how they see it. They're no different than a finance person. They're no different than a manufacturing person. Everybody's equal. There was a book that was written many years ago, which I think is very true. And when I was a CIO at GE many years ago, I used the phrase, and it was actually used on me, which was Animal Farm, if anyone remembers Animal Farm. But the famous sort of quote, if you want to take a little bit of some liberties with it, is everybody is created equal, but some people are created more equal than others. And it's very true. And of course, they were talking about pigs and other things in the book, but I'm not saying that people in tech are pigs. But I think that we end up having that concept of that at any given point in cycle, some people are going to be more important to a corporation, some people are going to be more important to society, somebody are going to be more important in general than anybody else. So if we know that we have these three groups inside corporations that are simply protecting and they're part of the party of NO, how do we turn them into the party of KNOW? And that is education. If you want to introduce new tech, if you want to build a community, if you want to take advantage of what blockchain can really do and how this is going to change things, you all have to become educators and not assume that the knowledge that you have and assume that what you can bring to the table is going to be readily acceptable. You're looking out at a forest and you know that it's a forest. You don't have to count every tree in order to prove to anybody that it's a forest. You know you're on the leading edge. That's fantastic. But you have to take everybody else on the journey with you. And there's certain people that are going to count every single tree. And they're going to say, well, when I get to 50 trees, it's a grove. And when I get to 200 trees, it's this. And eventually someone's going to say it's a forest. You're already out in front. You're the futurists. You're the leaders. You have to play that role, but you have to learn to take people along with you. And that's where corporations struggle because there's so much resistance there. So I think that as we go on this journey and we start looking at where the technology can be applied, there's the old things with provenance, which has been tried before. Sometimes it was tried, didn't even need it, to be honest with you. Could have just done it with a simple database. But there's provenance, which we can actually do. Certainly there's things from security. If I start looking at IoT devices and things that are cameras and things that are going to be controlling all of our stop signs and our stop lights and everything, when we start breaking this thing out, we have to be completely in a distributed world. But people in the corporations don't recognize that. So I think some of the things that I've been involved in, which has been very interesting, is technology. I have been involved in provenance of ocean goods and of goods moving overseas. Perfect. It actually is a very good example of what can be done on blockchain. Because it's not necessarily what you see and how the process works, but there's all these things that go on in countries and ports in different countries of the world. And I hate to say it, there's certain people that require certain payments at times, and you need to make sure the payments are made. Otherwise, the ship gets stuck in the dock because somebody's waiting for a piece of paper that may not come until somebody else's cousin gets some information. And this is how the world works. And I've seen this happen over and over again at many corporations over the years. We have to follow regulations. We have to make sure that we're following all the rules. But we also have to be able to track these things in order for the goods to move. So we have to see what happens there. So I think that that's one example of where we're going. I think that we're seeing the tokenization now of loyalty programs and things of this nature. We're having to find new ways to create value between people. Loyalty programs, and I grew up in the airline industry, worked for a gentleman that created the first airline loyalty program ever. End of the day, what those things started out was just nothing more than coupon clipping. That's all that it was. I'm going to give you 10% off if I get your name and address. When you think about it, it's no different than what anybody else has been doing for years and years with mailers and things of that nature. But now, for the first time, we actually have the ability to start setting values, and we can start using tokens in order to be a settlement feature between values. Something I did at a large manufacturer, a large beverage company years ago, was we recognized in a given country, the kids had a choice. They had X amount of money every day to spend. They could either get more cell phone minutes, or they could end up buying a beverage. They didn't have money for both. And so what we ended up doing was creating an exchange of value between telephone minutes, prepaid phone minutes, and a drink and chips. And we ended up having to create an exchange ourselves of how much is this actually worth. If you take that example and you think about what's going on, we're going back to barter. Really what we're talking about. And if you can create a system where you use blockchain to be able to barter something in one part of the world or one item for something else, and we can now do the exchange through tokens, and those tokens can have value of something else. Think of this as a distributed manner. Babysitting services traded for a beverage. How many beverages does it take to get an hour babysitting services? Or dog walking, or the cell phone minutes, or whatever. There's an opportunity here because we no longer have to go through a standard currency conversion to get there, because we're talking about value that we're creating on all of these different nodes that are connected. So I really encourage people to think about things in a bigger, broader way, take these concepts into the corporations, and by taking them into the corporations, you'll seed them, you'll be able to help build them out, you'll be able to help monetize them, you'll be able to create your own capabilities, and this goes across every single industry that exists in the world today. It doesn't matter if it's fashion, it doesn't matter if it is a beverage company, a food company, it doesn't matter if it's a service. All of these companies are now ready to explode and ready to grow up. And the large corporations may not be the best place to start because there's so much resistance. You may want to go in and find these medium-sized companies that are more acceptable to these new concepts and ideas, but you can't expect them to build them. The story that I was sharing with Ben earlier, and I want you to think about this with Constellation as well, is many years ago, there was a gentleman that had the idea of coming up with the movable boxes that go on rail cars. I think everybody knows these shipping containers. And he went out and he got a patent for the containers. Well, what he realized, though, was that if he had the patent on the container, and he was the only one that could produce the container, it was never going to be adopted. It was going to be only him, and he really wasn't going to make any money. So he got real smart, and he licensed out and pretty much open sourced the concept of this container to anybody that wanted to use it. And he went and started building the flat rail cars that all the containers went on, and got hooked to the trains which were being pulled by Santa Fe and the other railroad companies. So he made a killing because he put in place and took advantage of the network that was in place going across the United States. And if you think about the Constellation Network as well, it's the same type of thing. The more people that can put things on the network, the more people can participate. If more people participate, the more wealth is generated. The more wealth that's generated, the more opportunities, the more good things will come about it, and you create a flywheel effect. So I would encourage everybody to think, how do you together create the flywheel? The money's going to be made in all kinds of different areas. The value that's going to be created, the goods are going to be done in so many different areas. How do you make it happen? So I think those are some of the things to think about as we start thinking about how do you deal with corporations, what role can everybody play? And I think you can play a lot bigger role than you think. Just tap into it and go along for the ride.
So I loved what you said, and it was really inspiring. How do you see us moving away from the idea of Web3, and what is Web4 and Web5 that you mentioned? What does that look like to you?
I think, as I was saying, it's the white spaces here. It's the combinations of all kinds of new technologies that are coming out. I mean, we talk about, I don't want to say blockchains. Well, blockchain's getting reinvented here. But as we start looking at, we now have databases that are moving out to the edge. We're starting to have new types of communication. This afternoon, I'm going to see for the first time, some Wi-Fi that actually apparently can be transmitted through cement. And that hasn't been done before. So I think that there are a lot of opportunities here, whether it's nanotechnology and other things that are going to really take place. In the medical space, there's some unbelievable things. Of course, AI is really taken off. What's interesting, it's been adopted a little bit. It really hasn't been adopted that much in corporations. Only 10% of those AI projects in corporations actually go into production. There's a lot more talk about it than what's really happening. But when you start looking at where all of the new technologies are going, the miniaturization of technology, and I think more importantly, I think we're going to keep picking up speed on networks over time. That's where the Web 4 and Web 5 are going to start coming in play.
Amazing. Thank you, Alan. I really appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
I love your talk. Thank you. That was great. Well, that's one way to start the day. This is pretty exciting. That was amazing, Alan. Thank you again. Well, up next, I'm going to welcome my co-founder and best friend, Benjamin Diggles, up here to take on the rest of the morning. So without further ado, you have the prettier face to take you home.
This is true. This is true. Thank you. So happy to be here. For those that don't know me, my name is Benjamin Diggles. I'm the co-founder of Constellation, along with my partner in Possibility here, Ben Jorgensen, Chief Strategy Officer. I run business development for the company. I do not work for Panasonic. I'm not selling electronics, but we have some exciting stuff to talk about today when it comes to Panasonic. For those that may have seen, press release should have dropped and been circulated. Really, really important stuff about our strategic alignment with Panasonic. I want to thank the teams that put a lot of effort into that. I am very passionate about technology. I have been my entire career. I love the Panasonic brand. In fact, I've had 3 nose hair trimmers fail on me, and the only one that hasn't is a Panasonic. And my favorite turntables in the world were made by Panasonic. But today we're going to talk a little less about the commercial side of those products and talk about why we're integrating into the Panasonic world. And we have a guest speaker here that I'm going to do a fireside with. But before we jump into that, we're going to go ahead and watch a video that was prepared by the Stardust Collective. It's a top-notch video to get everybody hyped up about the grandiose vision that we have when it comes to integrating and partnering with brands such as Panasonic. So if we want to go ahead and roll that video, we can. We'll be right back.
Constellation Network is building the future of secure communication with the latest in zero-trust distributed ledger technology. In today's world, data security is as critical as performance. Constellation Network introduces groundbreaking innovation to redefine what's possible in mobile technology. Various hardware solutions have thrived in the harshest environments, whether in military operations or industrial settings. Now, with Constellation's pioneering technology, these devices are exploring new standards of embedded next-level security. It's no longer just about ruggedness. It's about embedding zero-trust architecture into the very core of every system. Constellation's Hypergraph Transfer Protocol brings cutting-edge security to the forefront of generable devices, combining rugged durability with the latest in zero-trust architecture. At the heart of this innovation is Iron Spider, a peer-to-peer secure information sharing solution rooted in Department of Defense standards. Integrated seamlessly into hardware devices, this technology ensures data, no matter how sensitive or mission-critical, is cryptographically validated and secured from its inception through every step of its journey. It's designed to operate under the most extreme conditions, offering real-time validation and airtight security. Why does this matter? As the world becomes increasingly connected, securing data at the edge is a growing necessity. The integration of HGTP by Constellation Network enables a vast footprint of devices to handle machine-to-machine communication in a manner that is not only faster and more efficient, but exponentially more secure. By validating data locally, it minimizes cloud dependency, reducing bandwidth usage and storage costs while maintaining uncompromised information integrity. This technological leap opens up new possibilities for Web3 solutions, including node management, digital asset mining, and incentive structures that encourage positive behaviors around data contribution and global workflows. This integration marks a leap forward in secure communication for modern industries, whether in the military, healthcare, logistics, or any field that relies on trusted data. The possibilities are endless. With zero trust embedded at the hardware level, the future of secure, decentralized data management is here. The only question is, are you ready to be part of it? Constellation Network, building the future of secure communication.
Welcome back. I don't know if anybody else got sweaty during that, but I certainly did. Pretty amazing stuff, and a big shout out to the team that put that together. We're going to be talking a little bit more about the Iron Spider program later, but those that know me on the community, I've been talking about the commercialization of the Iron Spider platform. We believe that secure information sharing, of course, should go well beyond federal, and that was one of the big reasons why we partnered with Panasonic. Art Seabolt and myself are both part of the corporate steering committee for the mobility solutions within the Panasonic purview. And because of that, I got really deeply invested and interested in the Toughbook solution. And I scored this cool shirt that they gave me. And I met Michael Trafton here. And so today I have Michael for about 10 to 15 minutes to talk a little bit about the Panasonic brand, what he does there. And we have a few things that we'll mention towards the end that are here locally on site that we're very excited about. So with that, I'd like to introduce Michael Trafton, who is the Business Development Manager for Panasonic Connect North America, based in Phoenix, Arizona, if I'm not mistaken.
Phoenix,
and as you can see, a smiley, bright guy that is fantastic to work with. So welcome to HyDef, Michael, and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, it's great to be here, and we are thrilled about the partnership with your company. It's been a little bit in the works, but we got here, so we're ready to take those next steps. Work with Constellation has been just fantastic so far. I am a business development manager for Panasonic in North America. I'm a part of the market solutions team of Panasonic. And we focus on unique and creative solutions that are going to take us into the future. We focus on things that are not just hardware, but we're looking at creative solutions that, two companies can come together and really take that to that next level. So that's my main focus. I also run, as Benjamin mentioned, the Business Advisory Council for Panasonic, where it's almost like a think tank, where myself and Art and Benjamin, we get together with other leaders in the community. We brainstorm and figure out how collective minds can come up with some good best practices. So that's my charge right now.
Hey, appreciate it, buddy. Thanks for being here. Yeah. Constellation, I know you guys work with pretty much the biggest brands in the world. A lot of people don't know that Panasonic is pretty much embedded everywhere, including this room. Anytime I connect to the internet on an airplane powered by Panasonic, I don't know if you guys have all the fleets, but certainly the ones I fly on. So this infrastructure is critical to empowering the world, not only from a commercial side, but also on the federal side. When I was on site at Panasonic, I had a chance to see all the diagnostic stuff you guys do with traffic lights. Of course, it was the mobility showcase, so there was stuff around EV charging stations. They've got some of the world's best software for EV charging. I guess the point I'm trying to underscore is that there is Panasonic's everywhere. And while Constellation is not the biggest company you guys work with, but I certainly think we have some of the biggest potential. So we've joined the the Accelerate Software Developer Program. That's a big part of what our press release went out today. So I want that's a key program for you guys onboarding companies like ourselves to sort of be prolific in getting involved in the Panasonic showcase of solutions. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about the Accelerate program.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. And we are, again, thrilled that you are a part of the Accelerate program. The Accelerate program was designed for Panasonic to partner with independent software vendors, developers in the community to keep that creative innovation going. We have an Accelerate program that there's 3 paths to enter into, whether you just want to be a part of the Panasonic ecosystem, whether you want to be a little bit more involved like these guys, where we're looking at that marketing, we're looking at lead sharing, we're looking at solutions, we're looking at, like we have the tough truck out here today, just doing creative things which brings brand attention to both companies. So the Accelerate program allows us to do that. It also allows us to have that partnership where into the future, potentially, you can become a part of the Panasonic SKU if it makes sense, and that's a good idea. That takes a lot of work, but that is another path that we go down there. But the Accelerate program, we're proud of it. It's a program that we dedicate a lot of energy to. It's what I do manage the corporate section. I have 4 other peers that manage different verticals, law enforcement, utility, and others. So it's something that we feel like there's a big growth engine in.
I love it. Yeah, and the reason that this matters is not just about all Constellation. As everybody knows, we are an ecosystem that attracts companies looking to build solutions on our network, developers, and so forth. And so there's an awesome opportunity for us to be a little bit of a catcher's mitt for bringing people to the Accelerate program well beyond us. I think a big focus of what we're looking at when it comes to us integrating and partnering with your hardware solutions is opening up a net new developer community in Web3 that can bring some of these really cool metagraphs, other expressions of blockchain, maybe even companies that aren't associated with Constellation. And so we're seen as an industry leader on making Panasonic a Web3 focused company in the future. I know it's going to take some time. So as we heard from Alan's keynote, that there's certainly a lot of education that's required. A good example would be the Iron Spider program, in which there's about 6 companies, there are 6 companies that I am managing that are bolting into this solution that we're working with Federal, and I want to bring as many of those companies into Panasonic as possible. And what does that mean is that recently we did a demo with our DoD counterparts and showed off Iron Spider on an application running on 2 Toughbook 40s, doing a secure information transfer of mission critical data between the 2 terminals, all operating on a live cloud environment. And these Toughbooks are insane. They've been around for a long time. You guys have always been the industry leader in ruggedized Toughbooks. For those that don't know what ruggedized means, you basically can fall down the stairs in hell with one of these things and it's still going to work. And so we're going to talk a little bit about the Toughbook. That's why I'm wearing this shirt. It's an industry-leading laptop. Panasonic just recently released the Toughbook 40, which dropped in June of this year. And one of the key features amongst many that I'm not going to list all of them off because it's a lot, but they have a realized AI chipset on this, really getting ahead of the AI market, allowing folks like our developer community as well as Constellation to run AI algorithms locally on the machine, which is pretty powerful. Also has a TPM chipset that allows us to store cryptographic keys directly on the device, making the Toughbook, in effect, a wallet. So if you can paint the picture forward, there's some really amazing things happening here. But Michael, tell us a little bit about the Toughbook and why it's the world's #1 ruggedized laptop out there.
Well, thank you. I couldn't have said any better. That was fantastic. I mean, I can just let you do that for me. You know, the Toughbook, as Benjamin said, has been around a long time. It is a rugged device. It is built for harsh environments. It's built for heat, for cold. It's built for field service technicians who are out on the road who need to be able to drop their gear, right? And they need to be able to pick it up and they need to be able to get back to work. I spend a lot of time in the field service space because that's a space where we see growth, where the technicians out there in the field need something that's rugged and durable. And our Toughbook is built for that. They say the Toughbook is purpose-built. And the reason we say that is because you can design one of our devices, whether it's the 2-in-1 or whether it's the laptop or whether it's the tablet. You can build them and configure them the way that you need for your business. And they're configurable in such a way that it's easy to do swaps, so that if you have a problem that goes wrong, your device sends it down, you just have a swap out. So we feel like that our experience, what we've been able to prove in the field, sits us to one spot.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, these things, we passed on it for this conference, but they have a whole display of a breakdown station where you're able to basically, like a Glock, take these things apart and put them back together. Maybe a Glock isn't the best example, but, that's what I always think of as like dudes blindfolded taking guns and putting them back together. So,
sure.
You know, one of the things that we've learned from our federal folks is how prolifically these are used in federal. I think the Army has tens of thousands of these devices out in the field. Many airline airliners in their cockpits have these things. And so that was the vision where we thought, wait a minute, if we're able to do this for the US government, maybe we can get over to folks like first responders, folks that have bucket trucks that are looking to fix, you know, power lines. And maybe they need to communicate data that if it's spoofed, could be really, really sensitive and cause a lot of problems. Because right now, as we all know, everything is continuing to be a threat vector. And so, yeah, that I just want to be a little bit of a crescendo here on this, is that this Toughbook, and they have other devices such as the ToughPad and a bunch of other things, is really where we're moving our network towards. Is instead of trying to convince companies like a Panasonic to come to Web3, I know it's not profound, but it's better to bring these tools to the legacy. And that's a big reason why we continue to win with the federal government, is that they're not required to rip and replace their existing workflows, but we can slot right into those workflows and enable real value right away. So, but Panasonic does more than just the Toughbook. And I'm curious, Michael, from your perspective looking forward, and I know that you focus heavily on mobility connectivity Panasonic, as I'm sure, is based in Japan, correct? You guys are a massive company, have a huge footprint.
Worldwide, yep.
But from your perspective, where do you see the future visions of the company going? Where are the hot pockets that you guys see leaning into when it comes to new industry?
That's a great question, and the Panasonic portfolio of companies is vast, as you point out, whether it's in avionics, batteries, whether it's in Hussmann, who takes care of refrigeration, even Blue Yonder, supply chain and logistics. Our family of companies is vast. We see growth as far as, I can speak to my sector, we see growth as far as in a solution-based moving forward, where we're having the hardware and the software become a solution that makes good sense for customers out there, right? We're seeing our devices being that bridge because of the durability and being able to last so long. But then as we get creative with our solutions, whether it's with Constellation or whether it's with ABC Company, we see that as a really big growth engine for us in the future. We certainly think hardware is going to be a growth engine for us because we excel in the tough book space. But we also, all of our other operating companies, we see a lot of huge success for.
Nose hair trimmers, are that on the list at all? Because you're killing the game.
My son just came back from Japan. He was there on vacation and came back with a Panasonic Razor, which I hadn't seen. But the thing is fantastic. Yeah. The thing is absolutely, and I had never used it before, but it was amazing.
Yeah, it was cool being on site at the Panasonic. And you guys had like a little showcase there of all these old products that you guys had been putting in the market. Again, those that don't know, I've been a DJ for like 25 years. And Technics turntables are the best in the entire world, and that's a Panasonic brand from back in the day. I'm not sure who owns it today, but they're amazing. So great. Well, as we sort of wrap this up, those that are here on site, something that we thought was really cool, and this was something that Panasonic offered. I had a chance to see one of these rigs for the first time earlier this year when I went to the steering committee, but they have a thing called the Tough Truck. And there's only 2 of them, from my knowledge, in America, or potentially the world.
2, yeah.
2 of them out there, so it's almost like the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile. So if you see it, take a picture, because it's very rare. And so we were lucky enough for them to drive one out and park one right out in front of the One Hotel here. It's in the Embarcadero. So later on, of course, all of us are going to get a chance to take some pictures and check it out. But a Tough Truck, maybe tell us a little about what this is and why you guys decided to put that out in the market and include it in events like HyDef today.
Well, it's another way that we can partner with our Accelerate partners. It's a way that we can go and be a part of an event like this. So that's just one aspect of it. It's also like a retail store on wheels. So we can go park that thing just basically about anywhere. As Benjamin mentioned earlier, we're heavy in fire and police, and we can go and do a show at a police station or anywhere really in the country. We'll wheel it into the Vegas Convention Center, and it's just something that is there and easily for us to go ahead and manage. So we look for events like this where we can get out and showcase it and to have the partnership together. And the thing is cool. So if you get a chance to come out there, I'll be out there with it. Love to show it to you and show you around. So
does it have any notable, insane capabilities? Does that thing talking to satellites and stuff? I know our phones are doing that. I know everybody's talking to satellites, but I'm just not sure if there's any call outs like this, the reason why this thing is interesting. Like, any thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, it's a fantastic truck, and we've customized it with our partners, and their partnerships are on our truck. And it just shows almost the brand Tough Book to a T when you see that truck outside.
Love it. Yeah. If there ever is an apocalypse, you might want a Tough Truck. So there's that. Which is great. Well, all right. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up. And I just wanted to mention that, yes, this is sort of, when we think about secure information sharing, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that on this next panel that I'm going to be running, so you're going to get stuck with me for a little bit longer here, to really instead, again, trying to coax or figure out how we can get companies to come to secure information sharing. Let's just go to where they're already working in their workflows. And that's why we believe this Tough Book integration and our focus of what we're going to be rolling out in the next year is rather exciting. The one thing I will say is how Panasonic came about is folks may not know that the door traffic miner had one of our first investors was Panasonic. And so I met a gentleman about 3 years ago, and I told him, yeah, we have the sensor technology we just acquired, which was considered a successful acquisition on their part, which was really great.
Yep.
That is a Panasonic focused sensor device that is now the door traffic miner. And so that was the preamble to how this relationship started going and how we got connected. But as we wrap up, I guess that's all we got. Do you have any last words, Michael?
Thank you for having us. Seriously, we're proud to be here, proud to be a partner with you, and we look forward to the future. We know it's bright, so thank you.
You're a good man. Appreciate it.
Yep,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Good.
All right. Yep, you're good to go, buddy.
We have some explanations for that. We have none. Don't worry. Continue your program. Oh boy, it's really something that was fantastic here. You couldn't even imagine this.
The space industry is transforming the global economy with revolutionary new products and services. Cutting-edge space technologies have spearheaded a new era of innovation. Currently, valued over $400 billion, the space industry is forecast to generate more than $1 trillion by 2040. Along with its growth comes a surge in demand for data, which is produced at an exponential rate by space systems like satellites and their supporting infrastructure. But this lucrative industry is vulnerable to threats that may compromise the security of this data. This could have disastrous results. Just imagine what would happen if hackers spoofed the GPS satellites we rely on to safely and accurately navigate cars and airplanes. Space ISAC, the Space Information Sharing and Analysis Center, is the only all-threat security information source for the global space industry, providing comprehensive data, facts and analysis on space security and threats to space assets. Constellation Network is working with Space ISAC to provide response, mitigation and resilience solutions that will ensure the security of space assets and their supporting infrastructure. Constellation is a key player amongst a number of government and private enterprise consortia working together to orchestrate new space technologies, projects and prototypes. Constellation brings extensive knowledge about data security and scalability to the table, so those consortia can apply these ideas and solutions to their existing workflows. Together, these consortia will bring about new ways to reduce risks and enhance security around critical threats, all by leveraging the potential of blockchain. The network's cryptographic security, built on directed acyclic architecture, guarantees this data is protected end-to-end. As a distributed ledger technology, or DLT, with no single point of failure, Constellation will facilitate interoperability between space systems and cloud infrastructure data, securing cross-network communication between constituents while solving scalability problems. Constellation's developer tools are easily integrated into existing systems, where they can be used to instantaneously process, validate and secure data, while also increasing the speed of cross-network communication. Have partnered with Space ISAC to usher in a new age of technology and innovation in the global space industry. Constellation will make space exploration safer as we reach new frontiers and expand our horizons.
Hey everybody, we're back with Benjamin Diggles. As you can see, I changed my shirt. Has a little bit of a Club Med vibe, but Club HyDef. But I will say, this topic that we're about to cover here is probably the one I'm the most passionate about in all the work I've done in blockchain. For folks that have been following this, we've been an early contender in the secure information sharing space for blockchain pretty much since we started the company. The reason we showed that Space ISAC video there, that was one of our earliest partnerships to really get involved in the moving of communication, sensitive data with entities like those involved in the Space ISAC. And it's a really great video because it shows all the different modalities of how data is shared amongst not only peers, but also critical infrastructure. So because of that, we are now going to do a panel with some amazing folks on secure information sharing. And so I'm going to go ahead and introduce each of these panelists. We're going to go ahead and start off with Federico Simonetti. Hopefully I'm saying that right. I'm not Italian, but I know you're certainly very Italian, my friend. Federico is the CTO at Exceed. Fed is a former professor of operating system security at the University of Milan and highly experienced software designer and developer who created advanced anti-terrorist systems for Italy's law enforcement. And I know, after knowing Fed for a short amount of time here, this is just a snippet of how much work this guy has done. One of the smarter individuals I've met in Federal. I've seen some of his demonstrations, and the technology that he's been responsible at Exceed is nothing short of amazing. So we're really happy to have you here, Fed. Second, we have Thomas Sumi. And Thomas is a PhD student at the University of Notre Dame researching power-efficient artificial intelligence. He has been awarded from both the GEM Fellowship and Notre Dame's Dean Fellowship. Thomas believes that advancements in AI can improve the capabilities of neural implants to serve a viable treatment for disorders or damage concerning of nervous systems. So Thomas, also somebody I've met through our strategic partnership with Forward Edge AI. That is our strategic AI partner. And Thomas has been instrumental in some of the metagraph development and applying blockchain to AI. And we're going to talk a little bit about some of the recent work that he's done on behalf of a federal contract, and we're really happy to have you here, Thomas. And then we have Dr. Melvin Greer. Dr. Melvin Greer is a fellow and chief data scientist at Intel, amongst other notable institutions. Dr. Greer leads science, technology, engineering, and mathematical STEM research initiatives, directly shaping a more diverse generation of up-and-coming technical talent. He is a chief data scientist responsible for building data science platform through artificial intelligence, machine learning, and next-generation neuromorphic computing to accelerate transformation of data into strategic enterprise asset. And I'll tell you that Dr. Melvin Greer does a lot more than just Intel. I think he's involved with the FBI, a lot of really amazing entities. We got on the phone a while back, and he shared his purview on Web3, and it blew me away. Dr. Melvin Greer, as you can see from his picture there, he's got a lot of awards and accolades, and we're really excited to have you all. And so this topic is extremely important to me because when, as I mentioned, it was about 5.5 years ago when we kicked off our first contract with the federal government. And even in the last 5.5 years, it's been wild to see when I talk to other blockchain ecosystems, people interested in Web3, they don't even think about the idea of cryptographically securing data in transit using blockchain. And why this is important is a lot of folks don't know that the world sends roughly under 400 billion emails a day. It's not profound that HTTP, Hypertext Transfer Protocol, being a communication protocol running the modern internet, is widely used mostly for sending messages. If you tack on Slack, WhatsApp, all these different messaging modalities, SMS, pretty much right now, everybody's sending messages left and right. And now we're not proposing that all these messages should be on a blockchain. That would be superfluous and silly. However, there's a lot of sensitive information that people have to have that assurance, and they have to have that notarization and attribution to be able to ensure that when that data has been sent and received, that nothing has been tampered, spoofed, or corrupted. And this is extremely important to our constituents, of course, within the federal government. And as we saw with our presentation with Panasonic, by us bringing this into the terminals and modalities of hardware infrastructure, such as the Toughbook, we now can bring that to other commercial entities that need to ensure that their communications are sound when talking peer-to-peer. The Iron Spider program, the SPIDER stands for Secure Peer-to-Peer Interoperable Data Resilience. You know how the government loves their acronyms, so we have our own. But it's the beginning of something beautiful where we get to machine to machine. That said, blockchain is just a foundational piece of all of this. It isn't the silver bullet. And that's why we have these amazing partnerships with those that are focused on this panel today, such as zero trust networking. That is one of the things that has become a popular term that means a lot of different things to a lot of different people when you say that, right? I often say it's a lot like real time. What does that mean? Is that in the second? Is that in a minute? Like, what does real time mean? What does zero trust mean? And we're lucky to have folks like Exceed that are on the call today to talk a little bit about their secure tunneling and how zero trust networking is one of the most important things when it comes to secure information sharing, identity management, and more. And then we take it a step further, as we all know that how prolific AI has been in the last 2 years. ChatGPT sort of blew our hair back, and now it's being incorporated in almost every workflow of major institutions. Apple Intelligence launched this year. Microsoft Copilot was earlier this year, or I believe maybe it was even late last year. But it shows you that this stuff is being integrated at a light speed. And that's why it's important that we have folks like Thomas on the call, who is one of the folks that is really spearheading these large language models, the model cards themselves, watermarking, generative AI, you name it. It's extremely important. And then you have folks like Intel that have been involved in blockchain really since the beginning. A lot of people don't know that Hyperledger Sawtooth came out of the Intel organization. That was a contribution they made to the Linux Foundation. Very amazing stuff, so that's a big reason why we're happy to have Dr. Greer here. So, gentlemen, really appreciate you being a part of this, and we're going to go ahead and kick it off. And we're going to start with a question for all of you, but we're going to go ahead and start with Kevin. We're going to start with Thomas. We're going to move to Fed, and then we'll stop on Dr. Greer on this question. But let's talk about a few personal opinions on blockchain. I understand none of you work directly in the blockchain space per se, and maybe just through Constellation has been some of your largest exposure to it. But how has it evolved to be a viable cornerstone in relationship to enhancing transparency, integrity, and security of shared information? We'll go ahead and start with you, Thomas.
Yeah, so I think our virtual and digital world really provide most of its societal value through the secure and reliable sharing of information. And quite simply, blockchain is just a well-proven and reliable and robust method of being able to do this.
Love it. That's awesome. How about you, Fed?
Well, it's interesting because blockchain is a single term that actually describes the evolution of an object that is far more complex. If you think about the early blockchains, proof-of-work blockchains, they were hard to sustain. But today's blockchains, the ones that are in use in trusted frameworks or for identity or for peer-to-peer communication, attribution and verification, they are built on different sets of mathematics. And that makes them also sustainable, which is a large part of what justifies widespread adoption of a blockchain model that was simply impossible to imagine 10 years ago. So I think that evolution now brings blockchain to a second youth, and it's worth talking about it today in 2024.
I love it. Yeah, as we all know, blockchain is not new. Been around for a hot minute, right? 2009 when the white paper dropped for Bitcoin and introduced a lot of people to distributed ledger technology. But to Fed's point, a lot of the modalities and expressions that come from blockchain, such as immutability, aren't new to blockchain. They've been around in different pockets, but this sort of brings a lot of those elements together in a very interesting distributed networking way. And so, Melvin, same question for you. Dr. Greer, what are your thoughts?
It's interesting because we are really in the business of establishing not only efficiencies via blockchain, but also, and probably most importantly, transparency and trust. So, blockchain is a technology that allows us to ensure this immutable way to establish trust between participants in a way that is not possible any other way. And of course, this increases the ability of individuals to be empowered. And this is really particularly important in use cases like DeFi, distributed finance, and then healthcare applications where we see a significant number of implementations around blockchain, where individuals are able to take control of their data to the extent of understanding who they're going to share it with, how much they're going to share, and probably most important, how they're going to be compensated in a business model that will allow them to get and participate in this new digital economy. And so these new business models are the third aspect of blockchain that I'm really most excited about. Now, I do recognize that while we have these benefits, it comes with challenges. And one of the major challenges is scale. We really need to be able to figure out how to scale blockchain in a way so that use cases can take off more rapidly and so that they can be in a position to actually be implemented without some of the start and stop again associated with the development of each use case. And it's really important because we're seeing high volumes of things like transactions and in finance that can, or in retail, that can have a beneficial impact. I think the second and probably even more important challenge is that there's this convergence and this misunderstanding about how blockchain is different from NFTs or is different from digital currency. Unfortunately, the conversation at the layman's level is gonna get these three things all combined, and then because of that, people really don't understand how blockchain is different than digital currencies, and whether the blockchain is private or public, or how these chains actually work. So when we talk about blockchain, most people think we're talking about a public Bitcoin operator, and we're not, right? So we have to figure out how to deconflict those two. And then probably the last one was this one around energy. We have some consensus around various mechanisms like proof of work or proof of history, but each one of them have raised significant concerns about energy intensive use of these kinds of blockchain implementations. And so without understanding the long-term environmental sustainability concerns of blockchain, the benefits that we've talked about earlier can be muted.
I love it. You unpacked a lot there, Dr. Greer. And I completely agree on the incentivization or the compensation piece. I think that while I'm heavily involved on the technology side, focused on blockchain, I think that by unlocking digital assets for behavioral change and good actors or ways to incentivize data sharing, I think really is what brings what I say the ice in the iced tea. It puts the ice in the iced tea when you bring that digital assets into blockchain. And you mentioned some of those consensus mechanisms, proof of history, proof of work. Of course, there's proof of stake. Constellation has its own consensus mechanism. But the key word there is proof, right? I think that's one of the things that a lot of people are really looking at when it comes to blockchain and immutable ledger technology. So moving on from that, when we talk about proof, I want to talk a little bit to Fed about the role of zero trust networking in an identity and emerging implementations. Identity is a big one, right? So while blockchain is a key piece of infrastructure on secure information sharing, it's not a silver bullet. Will you please explain Exceed's trailblazing vision of utilizing zero trust networking and secure identity management in emerging workflows, and why it matters today more than ever?
Absolutely, thank you. Well, first of all, yes, blockchain, as you pointed out, is one big component that can help achieve a certain level of security and information assurance. But as all technology, especially when it comes to security, you don't want to entrust 100% of the safety and security of your information to a single technology. Multiple layers of protection are always welcome, and when one fails, probably another one can still defend you, right? And that is the reason to adopt zero trust by design. And when I say zero trust, I'm one of the few people, I guess, in the world that actually means zero. I'm an old school mathematician. To me, zero truly means zero. And why do I say that? Because even if you read the NIST 800 zero trust regulation, for example, at least 40 times they mention where to move the center of trust or which trust or authorization authority or device or entity should be trusted for in a zero trust document. You are telling me who or what to trust. That is it causes me some cognitive dissonance, if you know what I mean. To me, zero trust truly means zero. Therefore, we have developed the world's first zero knowledge networking, because scientists have been trying to find ways to keep themselves honest for the longest time. Well, there's a reason why. For example, in pharmaceutical tests are called double-blind or even triple-blind, where the doctor themselves don't know which set of patients is taking the placebo and which set of patients is taking the actual medication. Because, you know, being a criminal is not the only way of being dishonest. There are honestly and honest, dishonest people in this world. Number one form of dishonesty that we all fall into is our own biases. We truly, honestly believe that we can be unbiased, but we can't. And the only way is to force ourselves in a corner where you have no chance of being biased. How do you do that? By means of adopting a zero knowledge approach. I go as far as to say that zero knowledge is the only true assurance of zero trust. And that is the reason why our technology, which has already received multiple, 6 patents from the United States Patent Office, for that matters, achieves zero trust through zero knowledge. If you look at the way, and it is, I know this is not the place to deeply explain the details of the technology, but the core concept is that there is not a single spot in your network where you could place a potential attacker. So I'm talking about an attack that has already been successful, an attacker that has already taken over a node, a network node that contains actual information. There is no node on an exceed protected network that has enough information to mathematically compute what you would need to decrypt and access in clear any part of the communication, starting from the identity authorization, aka authentication, because it doesn't matter how much security you have after you authenticate. If anyone can figure out how to successfully authenticate as you, for all intents and purposes, for these machines, that person is you and has access to every single piece of information you have access to, or you're supposed to have access to. So by bringing zero knowledge approach into the design, the very core design of your next networking approach, you can achieve zero knowledge networking. Blockchain is one of the components that can be used, but not the only one, to achieve that goal. And when you achieve that goal, you find yourself in a situation where 100%, the entirety of the surface of attack is not removed, but it's rendered moot, because a successful attack against any one point over that network does not grant you access to any information. You heard about the term called microsegmentation, for example. Well, this is a form of nanosegmentation that goes beyond microsegmentation. It doesn't segment your network based on individual endpoints. It does segment your network based on each individual, single, tiniest piece of information that can transit over it, and makes that piece of information secure against any form of attack, individual or distributed attack, because any form of attack, that even successful ones, would never have enough information to decrypt, decode, and access in clear that piece of information, which is your original target. As an attacker, as a hacker, that was your original target. So this is essentially what we have achieved and are bringing to market today, which resonates a lot. And on one hand, it solves Ben Cerf original concern. Remember the inventor of the internet when he said, well, sadly, security was an afterthought. Well, after 50 years, it still is. I guess this is the first time that for somebody, this is not an afterthought. This is where security and networking become one by design. From the first stroke of the design on a blank piece of paper, all the way to your fully fledged, fully deployed network. So that pretty much summarizes it.
Wonderful. Hey, Federico, I really appreciate it. That's great. For those that know, we didn't just select Exceed as a strategic partner because he's a well-spoken, good-looking gentleman. They have been authority to operate approved. They're in a DevSecOps environment within the federal government. They have what we believe is one of the best solutions that is complementary to Constellation. They've achieved awards on being quantum resistant this year, and I'm sure I'm botching a lot of these cool things that you guys have done, but they've got a lot of flags in the ground that we're very proud of to be in partnership with. So we're going to go ahead and pivot over to Thomas and talk a little bit about the role of blockchain in relation to secure transparency for better AI. So beyond this, you recently presented a blockchain and AI joint solution in Milan, Italy. So you might be still jet lagging right now. Will you share why you feel blockchain is mission critical to the future and success of AI? And I've been, as I mentioned, part of this project for the last 6 months, getting a chance to see you front row work on this. And of course, Forward Edge is also another DevSecOps approved federal focused company. Lucky enough to have folks like Thomas. Can you tell us a bit about the project and your opinion on why blockchain is mission critical to the future success of trustworthy AI?
Yeah, so I mean, right now we're in a situation where rapid AI growth has just outpaced its oversight. And so we've developed a technology combining both blockchain and watermarking for AI governance, tracking both the lineage of models and the data used to train them. And this is so that where we're going in the future, where we'll need to be meeting these certain legal and ethical compliance, and also ensuring a certain level of trustworthiness and traceability of AI, we're developing a tool that allows you to more easily understand and track that. And that's because really the future is that we need to start understanding our AI models, know where their data is coming from, and be able to properly source and attribute that information.
Awesome. Yeah, and we're actually going to see a video after this with Kevin Jackson talking through a little bit about that project so folks can get a little deeper dive into some of the work that Thomas spearheaded. And we are really proud to be a part of that as far as Constellation is concerned. So appreciate it, Thomas. So we're going to switch over to Dr. Greer. You've been involved in some of the most fascinating blockchain and Web3 expressions that I've actually ever heard of. When we had a call with you, our whole team was really blown away by some of the use cases that we didn't really know about, especially when it comes to the metaverse and NFT movement. From your experience in the field, how do you see the legacy and enterprise and federal benefiting from leveraging Web3 for shared experiences?
I'll tell you, this is really the most exciting part of the conversation around blockchain and its business model and the way that we are able to see how it can really benefit people individually and organizations collectively. The fact that the practitioners on this call and their companies, Forward Edge AI and Constellation, are focusing on things like data integration and data integrity, data governance, and assuring that vast amounts of data that can be used in legacy systems ends up being beneficial and relevant in a Web3 decentralized blockchain environment is a great step forward. Before we had this idea that we were just going to consume as much data as possible, and we're seeing this kind of thing on the Gen AI side for sure. where the bigger the better. But I think what we're seeing now is a much more nuanced approach to what data are we going to take in? Is that data really relevant? How are we going to move it from a legacy system to a decentralized blockchain system? The other thing is that, and we heard a little bit about this when we talked about regulatory compliance, but with individualized, decentralized privacy and security capabilities, that comes with regulatory oversight or some regulatory insight that must be developed that allows these capabilities to merge into things like the GDPR in Europe or the CCPA in California and other state or regulatory activities where both legacy systems and then these new Web3 environments can coexist and work together so that we ensure that we are in compliance with the privacy and especially the audit requirements associated with legacy systems as we move to implement these new Web3 capabilities. And then lastly, just to understand in a very real sense some of the ways that we're going to need to scale. One of the challenges we talked about is the ability to scale because of the new challenges associated with the technology. Sometimes the scale challenges are related to workforce and talent's ability to understand how to use these specialized tools. Sometimes the scalability challenges based on the cost associated with energy, water, and ESG concerns. Either way, the exciting part is that practitioners like Constellation are really looking at what are these issues, how are we going to ensure that the solutions that we create are going to be in a position to, deal with them and have a meaningful way of scaling what we create as we create these new business cases and business models.
That's awesome. Yeah, Dr. Greer, while we got you, that was a great response. We're gonna round this out with one last question for each of you, and it's about use cases. So just wanted to see if there was any use cases that you'd like to highlight. Just pick one or use case that you feel represents a solid expression and foundation for the future. We'll start with you, Dr. Greer, while you got the mic.
Yeah, I'm really excited about use cases around healthcare. So Intel has been focused on activating a use case around the decentralization of healthcare data so that individuals will be in a better position to exert their data sovereignty over their own healthcare. They'll be able to operate in an environment where they'll be able to adjudicate who's actually using their healthcare and for what purposes, and then allow those individuals to become remunerated based on the value of the healthcare into the system overall. And so Intel and its partners are really focused on being a catalyst for healthcare. We think this is a very important use case going forward.
Fully agree. Your health is your first wealth. I love it. And Thomas, I know that Forward Edge AI, and I'm trying not to steal your answer here, is involved in a whole myriad of space activity. I feel like most of the efforts that I hear from Kevin about have to do with space, but maybe that is your use case, but I'd love to hear. Do you have a use case you'd like to point out?
Yeah, I mean, so as like Forward Edge AI, a lot of our focus is on artificial intelligence. And so what we're seeing, especially when you're looking at space applications, where it's really critical that everything functions correctly and that you know exactly what you're deploying. Where I think blockchain is really interesting, particularly in the governance of AI, which I think is a very interesting use case, is that right now we don't have a great system for knowing what data a model was trained on and getting any like up-to-date or high-performance models that you know you can trust, that you know the training method of, that you know where all of its knowledge came from. And this poses a problem for when you are going into the deployment of AI into more critical infrastructure. And so I think that it's very interesting to try and use blockchain as a way of almost seamlessly keeping track of the entire AI model development process so that we're able to effectively verify that whatever we're deploying at any point in time can be done so in a trustworthy manner, and even be able to automate the process of verifying trust and deployment.
Wow, I love it. You're a rock star, buddy. I appreciate it. All right, Fed, we're going to end on you, my friend. Do you have a use case you want to point out?
Yes, I'd say mobility, because we live in a world where we talk a lot about mobility, but the truth is that the internet was engineered a different way. The internet is that network where clients can move around freely, but servers are the ones that have a static, fixed, long-lived IP address, and that's the way you reach them. That's the only way to connect to them. Now, imagine the power of getting away with it, of not needing static, fixed IP addresses for servers. That makes servers movable as well. So now clients and servers can connect and freely interoperate while they both move around. And in doing so, you can still ensure total privacy and total security of that client to server or peer to peer now communication. You just unshackled the world if you do that. Imagine the level of mobility that you can have. Imagine how many places you could put your servers on. A ship that is shipping containers or across the ocean, for example, or that battalion that has been deployed in the desert of Afghanistan right now, connected to a DHA hospital over a satellite connection. Imagine the freedom of moving around clients and servers, which also, as an incidental advantage, enables mobile target defense. It's far harder to hit a target that moves than to hit a target that stays static in one spot, well known, and can be attacked all day long. So that's the road ahead. That is where we should be walking towards.
I love it. As those that have been following Constellation knows that we've been involved in mobility since the beginning. As we've seen from Panasonic's Mobility Connect team, the stuff we've done with Moby. I violently agree with you, my friend Fed. So Fed, Thomas, Dr. Greer, fundamentally appreciate you being here. I know you guys all have busy schedules, doing cool stuff, making the world a better place. Thank you for spending a half an hour of your time with me and the HyDef conference. And you guys are free to drop, and I'm going to go ahead and transition us to the next piece here. So for those that don't know, we have been part of the National DigiFoundry since its inception last year. You can check that out at digifoundry.org. I do believe that's the email, or I'm sorry, the website. And one of the things that we've been working on with them is helping them foundationally use Constellation's network to run their operational DAO. They minted their own token that folks can use to transfer the value for voting on work groups and using it for education, governance, and so forth. And I was lucky enough to be selected to run the Secure Information Sharing Work Group. Sort of made sense considering my passion around it. And of course, Forward Edge AI and Kevin Jackson have been instrumental in propping up the National DigiFoundry and the NDF. Now, the reason I'm mentioning it is we just completed our 6-month charter for our first work group in which I was the chair. There was about a dozen entities, companies, and individuals that were involved in writing a secure information sharing work group, guide on behalf of the work group. I'm going to go ahead and leak that today. It's going to be presented on November 6th at the Government Blockchain Association Blockchain Infrastructure Conference in DC on behalf of the National Science Foundation. So we're going to see a lot of hype around it then. But on behalf of HyDef and an early sneak peek, I'm going to drop it into a community channel for folks to take a look at it and start looking at it early. So I'm very, very proud of that. And so we're going to go ahead and transition over to the Forward Edge AI presentation to highlight a little bit of the work that Thomas had talked about and what we've worked on with their team in the past 6 months around using Constellation's blockchain for showing provenance and tagging of data that is being put into an AI algorithm, as well as the models themselves to ensure during runtime that they have not been tampered, spoofed, or corrupted, as well as watermarking. So I got to be honest, I'm not an AI genius, but I learned a ton during this project. And we have a lot of stuff in the second half of this conference today to go into some of the data aspects of AI. We have some really exciting partnerships to announce there. So I'm going to go ahead and transition it over to the crew to go ahead and show you that video, and I'll be back in about 7 to 10 minutes. Thank you, everybody.
Yes.
Also informed us that developing an AI governance tool designed to address these adversarial AI attack vectors could improve organizational cybersecurity resilience and enhance AI development efficiency while simultaneously reducing development costs and expanding the AI marketplace commercial value. This data highlights the importance of establishing a data governance process within an organization's AI model creation pipeline. This need is the inspiration for Cassidy. These interviews also indicated that most users developed their own AI models, placing their interest in version control over that for model pedigree. The expanding use of artificial intelligence, the limited pool of experienced model developers, and a lack of industry agreement on what metadata is critical to model cyber defenses does not support an evolution towards better industry cybersecurity practices. This attitude can negatively affect defense or software industry AI executives who need to address the lack of proper AI model development governance and improve model development efficiency. It can also hurt defense or software industry AI engineers attempting to address current tool limitations around monitoring and avoiding model and data drift. Defense or software industry simulation engineers are also harmed. These professionals need to verify intellectual property and copyright clearances, which is a crucial step in virtual reality and augmented reality simulation balance testing. Cassidy combines AI model cards, watermarking, and blockchain verification to provide model visualization and an ability to track the pedigree and provenance of AI models and the data used to train them. When implemented properly, this unique pedigree tracking tool gives the end user assurance that an embedded AI model meets organizational usage policies, use case applicability requirements, and intellectual property governance laws. Compliance can be confirmed by verifying the integrity of recorded changes to the AI model, various sets of data used to train the model, and the applicability of the operational use case. The availability of multiple watermark technology options provides the flexibility to apply the most applicable watermarking technology to the model's training data. The blockchain foundation ensures continued and immutable visibility of the model's origin that is used to provide evidence of any model tampering. The use of a direct cyclic graph instead of the traditional linear blockchain structure provides the required scalability and responsiveness, all while using parallel processing to dramatically reduce energy consumption. The blockchain implementation leveraged a universal blockchain toolkit previously created for the US federal government. The focus of the toolkit was to enable secure information sharing of sensitive mission data and communications by using a graph-based blockchain that worked alongside with their existing legacy systems and applications. Cassidy presents the AI model cards, model pedigree, and all related training data in an easy-to-use visualization. This innovation can provide the enhanced adversarial cybersecurity protection posture needed to support on-the-fly learning and autonomous on-orbit updates of deep learning algorithms through the implementation of a strict governance and quality management framework. The technology is dual use, designed to meet the stringent security requirements of government, military, and digital banking organizations. All underlying data is immutably stored on the underlying blockchain and is easily accessed through the Cassidy Blockchain Explorer facility. Thank you.
Show this, baby. I'll watch you. All right. Well, that was awesome. Thanks for checking that out. As you guys can see, there was a lot of time and effort and thought that went into this. I think that there's a certain desire to solve the blockchain, or I'm sorry, the AI black box issue that is unfortunately sort of plaguing society in a way right now. We have this tendency to just trust anything that we see come out of a block or an AI algorithm. I'm not sure if people know about hallucinations and some of these weird expressions that take place from generative AI and large language models. But if you ask Google Baird how many rocks you should eat every day, eventually it's going to tell you one a day because it wants to be right, you know? And so there is a need for us to be able to see, where did you get your source information? Can we verify? Can we trust it? Can we apply an assurance score to that information to say, okay, we got an output that came from 4 sources, 3 of them have been validated, 1 hasn't. You got a 75% assurance score. Now you have to trust yourself if you want to make that decision to move forward to trust it or not. But right now we don't have that luxury, and that's what this expression really brings to the market. And so I hope you're not tired of me just yet. We're going to be transitioning to more speakers after this that do not involve Benjamin Diggles. So I'm going to go ahead and round out my time here at HyDef with Art Seabolt. And we're going to talk a little bit about our efforts together within the federal government. And of course, secure information sharing used to be a drum that I continue to beat, and Art has played an instrumental role in this. I will say that I met Art roughly probably I think 3.5 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. He was in the room and was one of the partners that raised their hand, wanted to participate with the federal government and our secure information sharing Iron Spider program. And I feel like the moment I walked in the room, we were kismet friends, and I was like, oh, that's my guy. And so not only is Art really smart and brings a lot to the table when it comes to being a strategic advisor for Constellation, he's become one of my great friends, and we keep in touch almost every day. We almost share the same birthday, but damn close. He's the 17th, I'm the 18th of July, in case anybody cares. So Art, I could sit here and talk a little bit about your accolades and all the cool stuff you did, but I think it would be better if you tell us. Tell us a little bit about your history and how you came about becoming a part of Constellation's Strategic Advisory Board.
Absolutely, yes. Actually, my career started early on, 17 years old. I joined the Air Force. And I was involved in computers. I had an aptitude for technology. And during that whole process, I was put in charge of, ironically, at a young age, missile defense computer systems, actually up Travis Air Force Base right up the road here. Eventually became interested in, became a pilot. And during that process, got involved in a program called AWACS at Tinker Air Force Base in Oklahoma. Flew on AWACS for a while and decided that nerds, computer guys, were worth a lot more money out in the open market than they were in the military. So I decided to go down that path. Had a great and wonderful career evolving through the computer world, watching technology evolve. Eventually became a CIO. For a large hospitality group. I was a chief technical officer for an organization and became the CIO for an airline. So it worked out really good because the airline was also a Department of Defense contractor. So I had the military background, I had the commercial attributes as well, and I was able to get engaged very well with the commercial partner and also the Department of Defense. And being a patriot, I was also very interested in the security of the nation. I have always been involved in that whole process and got involved with a lot of institutions within the government. My clearance continued to follow me throughout my career path. And as Benjamin mentioned, he was on a team that was looking at doing something that I was very, very interested in. Blockchain being leveraged in the crypto world, currency world, but they had an approach where let's not use this for cryptocurrency, let's use this for moving data. And I thought, that is ingenious. I do want to be a part of that process. And our company stepped up and we became very, very engaged and involved, watching the evolution of Constellation's technology basically splinter off, not from just the cryptocurrency world, but also for moving data. And that actually has grown into AI engine vetting. You know, AI engines, for instance, they're only as good as the content that's being fed to them. And it's really been just a wonderful journey watching the evolution of this organization. And I retired last year from the military, from the DoD contractor. And in that time period, Benjamin and Ben had asked me if I would be interested in joining the team as a board member, and I was very, very excited to do so. It's been really a wonderful journey.
And we see you as more of a peer than anything because you're involved more than any of our board members on a day-to-day. Art is instrumental. We would not be where we're at with the federal government if it wasn't for Art Seabolt. I say that truly from my heart, my friend, and I appreciate you.
Thank you.
This guy watched me get my teeth kicked in as a BD guy. All I hear is no all the time, and he's had a front row seat to people telling me this is dead on arrival, we don't want this, I want to hit you in the face. I mean, I've heard it, just about everything. Nobody said that, but it felt like it, right? And I was always on base, and I continued to go to the base with Art a lot, and he was always kind enough to drive me back to either my hotel or the airport, and he would just see me licking my wounds there. And he was a great, encouraging guy, just like, hey, don't give up. And so I just want to really thank you for that, my friend.
Absolutely.
But since you've spent so much time with the company and the technology and the web industry, Web3 industry at large, from your perspective, because as I've mentioned, you've been in the trenches here, what would you say is the biggest hurdle in adoption to overcome from your perspective?
I think the biggest hurdle, everything that I've seen with different commercial organizations, and actually, and even in the government, is that they're not wanting to move forward because they really don't understand it. They don't understand the value add of Web3 world. And like international organizations, international companies, international countries do understand it, and they've really embraced that technology. But when it comes to the US, unfortunately, we get complacent and we get settled, and we continue to move forward with what we like and we know until we're hacked. And then they reflect and say, geez, I wish I'd have done that. So many times I've seen that. So I think that the education and the message needs to be continued to evolve and developed and delivered through organizations such as Constellation and the Hackathon. The Hackathon was a great example of that. You know, we look at the results of the Hackathon. That's a great point there, is that people got into that and they're like, wow, this has really got a huge value add. Well, that's going to spawn, and it's germinated as a seed, and it's just going to continue to evolve. But these kinds of environments will really help America, frankly, and I do pick on America because it really seems to be the naysayers in a lot of areas, that they will continue to get their arms around it. And America's really tenacious. Once they do get their teeth into something, we really go at it pretty hard. It's just really getting to understand and getting the people to really buy in to the technology.
I appreciate it, buddy. Yeah, you know, with Constellation, especially me, I'm a little bit of a nutcase. I like to exercise what I call operational excellence, meaning I'm hyper-organized. I like to deliver. I practice things many times to make sure that we nail it, because it humbles me to have opportunities to get in front of a 4-star general and present to them what I believe is going to be a godlike technology that's going to change the world. And Art has heard me say it many times. I don't care if you pick Constellation. We can't lay back and on the gas of blockchain. America's behind our adversaries by about 4.5 years. And as we've seen in our journey, and I'm very proud to say this, we've never missed a milestone, task order, deliverable to date. We are the horse to bet on when it comes to American blockchain. And I'm very proud to be the person that's leading that movement alongside some of these amazing people like Art. That said, throughout the journey, it was a lot of rejection at first, a lot of education. And I was doing it the wrong way so many times that I didn't know what the heck I was doing, right? I mean, and he kept saying, duckies and bunnies, you got to make it simple, you have to make it stupid. And I'm like, right. But what about the consensus algorithm, Art? You know, like it's, and so now we've gotten to a place where we've simplified the messaging so much in a way that it went from them rejecting it to them trying to understand it to now they're pulling us into areas that are even above our handlers' pay grades, that are saying, we're going to need some proxies for this because we're starting to get into the big leagues because you guys are it. And I have a belief that in no time we're going to see something take place where it's going to go from, hey, blockchain seemed very curious and nice to have, to we need this right now. Why have we been resting on our laurels? Unfortunately, one of the things they do is they wait until some bad stuff happens to make that decision. So I'm certainly not hoping for that, but it is going rather well. So we're gonna wrap it up here with just, let's give you one more here. You've worked with the federal government in many capacities of your career. Do you think America has a shot at being a global leader in blockchain movement, or do you think that ship has sailed?
Well, actually, as I stated, you know, once we do get our teeth into something and we embrace it, we really just run off and we just go crazy. The problem is just getting there. Now, I'm happy to say these DoD events that we are attending, and we're demonstrating moving data, moving big data. In a secured methodology, has really grabbed not just the attention of the DoD, but other institutions. So we have, there's hope. And I'm super happy about it, and I'm excited every time Benjamin calls to say, we've got a meeting with X, let's go. Let's grab the team, let's go. And when X is done, they're like, I know another department that needs this. Mm-hmm. And it's awesome. And the way I look at it is, the better we get as Constellation, the better we get with the government, the better the U.S. will be in protecting our content. We're involved in so many programs with Forward Edge, with AI engines, Panasonic, NASA. It's just amazing the things that are happening out there, and the people who understand the technology and understand what the deliverables are embracing it now, and they want it. And it's very exciting that we're frankly, on the leading edge of this.
I appreciate it. I agree. And slow and steady wins the race, right? And that's consistency, operational excellence. I do want to end this by giving a big shout out to Dr. James Amon, who has been the lead developer on the protocol side for the federal government, and the dude delivers. The guy is a delight to work with. I believe if Art, myself, and James walk into any room, we can just get about anything done when it comes to federal government, but it's stressful. I almost sweat through my suit on the last presentation we gave, and we ran 2 tough book Panasonic 40s, another laptop, a iPad, and streamed an entire thing on Teams.
That's right.
All tethered to Art's crappy cell phone.
That's right.
Because the internet wouldn't work in the room, and we had to open the door at the federal government to get the signal to work. And one of the questions at the end was, hey, what's the lowest bandwidth that you can run this thing on? I was like, this thing's in production running off that deprecated Android phone. So
that's a true story.
Nobody sneezed or we're going to lose a connection.
And the guy who asked the question was like top of the food chain, like, okay, I like this.
Yeah, it was. And I also want to give a shout out to Ryle Gohausen, who is also a fundamental leader in the federal effort. He was my first guy working on it. He has since then been the backup for Dr. James Amon. And man, I think we're just kicking ass and taking names. So I'm so proud, buddy. Thank you, everybody. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with more action here at HyDef 2024.
so I can make an announcement in here. I can tell them? Okay. Everyone, please be seated. Please be seated for the next panel, please. Hey, you get louder. Wait, all the
Welcome back to HyDef 2024. We're going to switch it up a little bit and change the conversation away from infrastructure tech, in case I didn't sober you up. Now we're going to shift it to money talk. I'm going to call this money talk. I know I had like another title, but you guys are the money guys. So I'm here with my two good friends from San Francisco, Anand Iyer with Canonical Capital and Lightspeed Ventures, Jacob Mullins with Shasta Ventures. Both these guys have been in the space for, 20 years or so? I mean, it goes back to the days when I was like 26, pitching Jacob as a junior partner, and both of us were like scared to talk to each other. But both these individuals are extremely well versed in crypto venture capital. And I think venture capital has become such a topic in crypto right now that people are like, what does venture capital think about? What is it? Who are these people that are funding these projects in mass? And so we're going to get a chance to go in the minds of these two individuals that have been in the space for a while, that have crafted a thesis. So before I begin, I want to set the stage on venture capital from my perspective. Constellation never raised venture capital. We were part of the early pre-sale ICO revolution, where it was all kind of grassroots efforts. But now we've entered a world where venture capital is making their name. They're helping guide projects with operational excellence to help them scale in a different direction. And they take a different view than, say, the crypto retail, but are really a guiding light in the space. So before I begin, or before we really begin the panel, to set the stage even further, venture capitalists create a thesis. And I think a lot of people put venture capital into one bucket and they all move in the same direction, and that's up for another conversation. But each venture capitalist and managing partner is responsible for their own thesis, and their thesis guides their direction on how they invest, and they're all different. And so I'm going to begin right now and let Anand talk. Actually, Anand, you'll probably get a little flavor for his thesis, as his Twitter handle is @AI. Which you lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing. So why don't you start with us and kind of give us a little bit of your vision and worldview.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thanks for having me here. I'm still relatively new to venture. I'm old, but I'm new to venture. And what's been a sort of a guiding force for me, and we were riffing on this a couple of days ago, and I constantly think about this. I was driving over here from the East Bay, beautiful day in San Francisco. This area just breeds creativity. It kind of forces us to think about the future and live in the future before everyone else sort of gets there. And I think that's the common theme. That's been the common theme for me. And I get very attracted to that. I get very attracted to the concept of what life might look like several years out from now. And that is the thesis, right? If you look at and crypto, or frontier tech or AI, any one of these things kind of fall into that for me. So I get fascinated by awesome, cool tech, some of which sounds like it may look weird and may look like a toy today, but might materialize into something greater. I mean, just the fact that, I saw this huge line of Waymos as I was trying to cross the street, and that's not something I would have envisioned here when we were 26 and walking around the city. It's a simple thesis, which is how can we kind of create the future we want to live in, and where can capital play a part in supporting people who want to create that future for us, for our future generations, because I think human creativity is something that I've always been fascinated by.
Awesome. Jacob?
My turn. So I'm with a firm called Shasta Ventures. We're a 20-year-old venture capital firm, and we've had the opportunity to be a part of a number of very large enterprise software companies that have exited to public markets and M&A for multiple billions of dollars. And so where we tend to focus is on that enterprise adoption of new technology, and how can you enable software to change different industries, both vertically in very particular or horizontally across different functional use case. So I'd say when I'm looking at crypto and blockchain, I'm thinking through what are the necessary, on-ramp is probably too simplistic of a term, but how can businesses, people across the board start to come into the ecosystem so that we can create a tremendous amount of value and then realize the opportunities that Anand's talking about. Yeah.
Awesome. And both of you guys have after hearing what you said around enterprise, like how do they consume it? We've heard from a lot of people today. Panasonic's been a part of this. Alan Boehm, former CTO of H&M, talked about the struggles with corporate innovation and absorbing this new technology. But both of you have a strong thesis and belief on the composability of Web3 to Web2. Could you guys talk about what that means and where are we in that adoption cycle from the lens of your portfolio companies that you've invested in?
Yeah, I can take a stab at this. I mean, I like to go back to first principles of like what blockchains are and why these have been sort of fascinating forever, right? I took a distributed systems class in like 2000 or something, right? So it's been a long time coming. And blockchains are a manifestation of that. They're sort of like real world, immutable, permissionless, open-natured ledgers, right? And so if you come at it from a bottoms-up perspective, it's sort of antithetical to a lot of infrastructure that's been built so far, right? In the last 20, name a company that you use today every single day. It's probably built on very traditional infrastructure. We got there very quickly with those rails. But if you look at what happened and how Bitcoin kind of came about, it felt like a challenge to the traditional financial system right before it felt like we were going through a large endemic change to the financial structures as they existed, right? So if traditional finance is super centralized, I feel like Bitcoin is sort of the currency of the people, right? Again, there's a lot of theories on who created it, how it was done, and all these things, but there's no single force that can shut the system down and that can stand the test of time. And so that is sort of one example. And since then, we've seen many manifestations of this, which is how do you make these things more programmable? How do you build systems on top of this? What do social networks look like? What does artificial intelligence mean? What do agentic systems mean, and how can we audit them? So going back and answering your question, I feel like these primitives are like really interesting and like fascinating to think about. And then now we're starting, and of course we were fighting these like scaling wars or regulation for so long, but it feels like we're ready now for adoption in a way that's never happened before, and maybe famous last words, because I feel like I could have been sitting here last year and saying exactly the same thing, but it really feels like we're ready for a new wave, and which largely may be catalyzed by AI or other technologies, but a long way of saying that this is the beginning of adoption of this technology that we may not have seen before, number one, but I also have had this belief that blockchains were never meant for direct consumer adoption. It always felt like it was more programmatic in nature. It was meant to be used by systems at scale. And so how that manifests itself is what I'm excited to back and talk about.
Yeah, bingo. I'm going to play off that last point. Like when I think about making investments, we think about what are going to be $10 billion opportunities that we can see realized as real dollars within 10 years. That's our fund life cycle. And so I do love to talk about the future, but I also need to bring it in a little more like what's actionable today that we can build today, tomorrow, over the next 2 years that can then gain $10 billion of value or more in the next 10 years. And so to Anand's point, I think blockchain is not a solution for everything. Like, we don't need the fastest platforms in the world to be trading meme coins, for example. Maybe for high performance trading, maybe for certain applications. And so where we really focus on are what are the use cases in enterprises where blockchain makes a ton of sense. And so specifically, that's for decentralization, that's for security, that's for data tracking, and it's a lot of the ability that enterprises have problems with today, where traditional centralized systems just don't work. They're getting hacked, they're getting broken because of the sheer amount of data that's within them. And so that's really, really where we're looking today.
Awesome. And so let's kind of, something happened this week with the Stripe acquisition of Bridge, which kind of shocked everybody. And it made me think that we're entering an era where is the token too frothy? Is there, are the valuations too high? Are we going to shift back to equity and people try to build out equity models? What is this telling you about the M&A environment, about adoption of the technology, seeing private M&A happening? And where is it? And where do you think the token is going to continue to fit in? Are people going to chase equity? Yeah. There's a lot to unpack there. Yeah. So,
do you want to give it a go?
I think it was a transformational exit. We haven't seen a lot of mergers and acquisitions in crypto generally. There have been a couple of mergers of some token businesses that are kind of platform businesses that have come together. But I think this was a huge wake-up call because a lot of the traditional venture firms who are not traditionally crypto investors actually were the core investors in this company that then just returned a tremendous amount of capital. And so I think these types of moments create the rest of the industry. And for context, venture capital is about a $100 billion a year industry. So it creates the attention that others who may not be in this space to come and look and say, wow, Stripe's a very large traditional finance company that's now sees the future in blockchain and on-ramping consumers or other B2B payments into the space. We're making a stand, and now other investors will feel more comfortable to come into it.
Okay.
Yeah, Jacob touched on something like that's, I think, you have to underscore this fact, right? Like, Stripe has had many swipes at trying to get into crypto. They tried with Bitcoin maybe in 2016, and it wasn't scaling, it wasn't working for them. And crypto rails have matured to this point now where stable coins are like an interesting application platform, right? And so Stripe sees the light, right? And that's a huge win for crypto across the board. So I think we should acknowledge that. And then the second point on M&A, we were riffing on this earlier. Like, M&A is two facets to it. There's the public to privates and there's privates to privates, right? So this was a private acquisition. And we'll likely see more of those. In the world of blockchain and crypto, it's probably been very limited. But in the public to private world, like, there's some precedent of these things not quite panning out because of regulatory scrutiny, right? Are these companies getting too big, too powerful, too monopolistic, right? So we've got this oversight that's causing some friction here. So that has actually dried up, by the way. M&A on the public to private side or in public to public side has actually dried up. And so will we see these sort of like mega mergers happen and where you're kind of like moving into a space because you feel like that team is really good, let's get ahead of it before anyone else can. Kind of like the venture game, except being done by a private company, super smart. And then the third thing you touched on was like tokenization. What part does that play? Do we put more value in equity? And maybe this is the spicy take, right? So let's get into it. But I feel like anything that can be tokenized will get tokenized. And it just kind of has to happen. And the rationale is multifaceted, right? And I've talked to Jacob, probably to his ear off about this, so he's going to hear this for like the third or fourth time in 2 days. The way we've thought about venture and where this sort of takes companies in the long term, you mentioned 10 billion in 10 years, right? 10 years is a long fucking time. Pardon my language, sorry.
Go for it.
It's a really, really long time.
It's a very long time.
And can you imagine us sitting here in 10 years from now? Like, what is that world going to look like? What is going to be happening around us, right? And so that's fact number one. Second, crypto's biggest asset has always been short liquidity cycles, right? That we can have a team like yours, basically go to market and create value in a short amount of time for the founding team, for investors, for retail, and not in this case investors, but for retail very quickly. What does that model look like today is something I think we need to rethink. So I've been spending a lot of time thinking about this because I think as Sundar from Google mentioned, right, the biggest concern that he has is under-investing in a category. And I think about that a lot. And I also think about sort of classic innovator's dilemma, right? The best thing that can happen to folks like us in venture is that we disrupt ourselves before someone else does it. So I think these are all sort of problems I think about, and so it's a very valid point, but I do think tokenization as an avenue to get multiple parties involved and excited about what's getting built and have a stake in the future is something that I'm thinking about a lot.
So a lot of people actually think that there's like a consolidation going in this. They predicted a consolidation of layer ones, that we don't need all these layer ones, we don't need all these layer twos. But yet you guys are saying tokens are here, we need more of them. You said that behind, you're like, we need more of them.
Yep.
And I'm like, but how are people gonna find this? And I kind of feel like, as venture, and this is where I'm gonna make a stab at you guys, like ventures kind of put in a lot of capital, they haven't reserved it for the average person. We're talking about fair launches and things like that, but these valuations are like skyrocketing on early stage projects. How do you guys justify that for the next 10 years or in this cycle?
I mean, gosh, value. I mean, I'm hearing about AI companies that aren't even crypto that do 10 million of revenue and they're getting valued at $2 billion. So it's like, it's just insane. And that's a hype cycle that just happens in venture, but it also happens in the world we live in, right? Look at like the crypto hype cycles we've been through. So you can't get away from that. I think as a smart investor, we're trying to think about like, where can we really be investing across a portfolio of opportunities that can then kind of at the earliest stage where it doesn't look like much, but over time, those people that operate those companies can actually build products that are successful. And so on its point to your question, it's like we already live in a dog-eat-dog world. We know that. And so if there's as many tokens as there are people, well, some people are more successful than others, and that's because they work harder or they're gifted with certain talents. I think those tokens is in a similar way, like certain companies and teams will build tokens that will evolve out of that. Some of it may be mimetic and meme tokens, which we could talk about. Some of it may be revenue because the company is actually super profitable and it's a very good company and you need the token in order to use the system or be a part of the community. So I think the competition in the space is just going to be inherent to the way it grows because that's natural.
Yeah, fully subscribed. I think, I'll in addition to what Jacob said, I think one of the questions you put in there was around like VC access to investing in companies, and then of course valuations being as high as they are. This is, there's a certain risk appetite that comes to VC. Right? Jacob's done this for so long, but like the VC risk factor is like super duper high, right? Like, I mean, you're underwriting risk at a very, very early stage, but also paying it forward. It's about living in that future, right? I think it's like the Fred Wilson post from way back in the day where, by the way, I admire him greatly, and so I'll quote him a lot, but sometimes you mark up the company as it stands today with a certain multiple because you think that's the line of sight, like that's where the puck is going. So we'll value them because we think they'll get there. Now, has that multiple multiplied? It has, and it looks kind of ludicrous sometimes. So we have to check ourselves sometimes because it gets out of control. The 2020, 2021 era, things got really out of control. I think the pendulum's swinging back. But I agree with you on this point that like we've got this situation now with this like, well, we've kind of coined the high FDV, low float problem, right? So companies, protocols will come out there, get their tokens out there, and they're at a very high FDV, and the float's not that great because it's just too highly priced for retail to have appetite to buy these things. So this is a problem. The pendulum has swung pretty drastically, and there's got to be a correction. There's got to be some middle ground here. There's a lot of advice coming from everyone involved because I think people are trying to navigate this. Developers are trying to navigate this. Protocols are trying to navigate this. And I would say that like there is a part that VC plays. I truly fundamentally believe in that. It's not going to go away. The ability for us to underwrite risk and our LPs to trust us to back and seed founders, saying like, hey, we think you can build something incredible before anyone else can see it. That asset class will always exist. Now, how that materializes and do we need to zig and zag based on what the circumstances are throwing at us? 100%. But I'm not seeing enough of that, and I'll call ourselves out for this. I don't think we do enough of that zigging and zagging today. So all I'm saying is like we'll start to act more like a startup now than ever before because we just have to, and the market cycles are getting so condensed.
I love it. Well, we have a couple minutes here. So what do you guys think is going to be the next, where do you guys start to look? We've talked I'm trying to frame this because behind closed doors, we were talking about things you don't want to see in the crypto space. And I don't know if you're comfortable sharing that, but maybe we'll frame this as a positive of like, where do you think the space goes? And we saw this boom in meme coins, and we saw the Token 49 talk by Murad, and which was, I think we all agree, it was pretty inspiring.
Yeah.
And he believes that meme coins are going to continue to flourish, but I think it's more mimetic and brand-like behavior, not how we see as just like the fun tokens. Yeah. Where do you guys think this is going? What's going to be the next big play over the next couple years? We'll stay away from 10 years, right?
I think AI's got to go in on this one.
Well, I mean, I think the writing's on the wall, right? I think if we're not consumed by AI already, it's going to consume us. And so I do believe that's, I know, eye rolls and everything, but I really do believe in it. And it's happened a lot faster than we think. But the one sort of like a couple of bottoms-up stats that I think are really fascinating are that, one, the cost of developing anything now, like if you want to be a startup founder, the ability to build anything these days has gone down drastically, right? So that's, we have to like zig for that reason. That's number one. Anyone who could do anything before, like let's take a developer, right? Maybe some developers tuning in or folks are here. You have gotten maybe 5 to 10x better than you were maybe just a year ago. And that acceleration is incredible. And this is happening thanks to AI. So if you put these Lego blocks together, I think to answer your question, I'd say like, do we have enough tokens? I don't think so. There's going to be a lot more protocols, a lot more stabs, a lot more innovation happening than ever before. This is a super cycle that I think we're going to get into that may look like, from, again, when we were kids running around San Francisco, right? So I think that's what's coming. And I don't have it's a non-answer to your question that like, I don't have a thematic like, hey, this is what's going to happen. I mean, yes, humanoid robots and like more self-driving cars and like, using AI in surgery and like, and by the way, like the marrying of blockchain when it comes to all these things is super paramount, right? Because like, who's gonna get called out when an agent does something that went against sort of like the prescribed rules of operation, so to speak? So auditability, verifiability, all these things will start to matter. But I think AI is going to be the driving factor. And I know I'm way over time, but I'll just say one more thing. The constant like that Jake and I and others we think about in VC is, it's about the people. It's about the founders and betting on smart people who have a vision for the future.
Yep.
Jacob, you want to drive us home? That was beautiful, Anand. Thank you.
I'll talk about a couple. I mean, in addition to AI, I mean, this guy literally is the DAI expert in the city right now. I'll talk about a couple other areas I'm focused on. One is identity, both on a personal level, but also a corporate level. And so beyond an anonymous wallet, what is identity and what is more of a open identity? Where when you have open identity, you can then have a lot of trust and trusted transaction between different parties. And so it's nice to see. So a couple of data points that validate we're moving this direction are, right, like Larry Fink is the biggest blockchain Bitcoin supporter running around Wall Street. You have credit card companies testing blockchain transfer protocols. You have the EU and the US as governments testing money transfer protocols. And obviously money transfer is like the most, kind of the first stage, but every type of data transfer that's gonna go across any sort of network could be used for blockchain. And so really we're thinking about what is the identity at the core? Is it a human or a company? And then what are the different use cases that can leverage that to scale worldwide and beyond financial transfers? And so it's commerce, it's identity itself, like who are you, any number of things. And I think those are, with our kind of enterprise software lens, those are the types of systems where you can create a decentralized community who are building the infrastructure, creating the applications, but then they also have real value to large businesses, and those businesses will then pay for the service to be able to use them because they're more secure or better.
I'm going to quickly follow up with you guys on last question is like, are you surprised by where we are in the adoption cycle of blockchain? Some people say it's like been way too slow. Some people say it's like, no, maybe we overhyped it a little too early. But you're not surprised. You're not looking for companies going like, oh, Amex is all on a blockchain now. But are you very positive about where we are in terms of the adoption cycle, in terms of blockchain?
I can take a swing first, if that's okay, Jake. I mean, I wish it were greater. Like I feel like it's beautiful technology that's like, missiles looking for targets, right? Highways without enough cars, right? We use these analogies a lot. So no, I feel like there's more there that we haven't really tapped into. But I think the main reason for that has been because we've been trying to retrofit what we think as existing use cases that need to live on the blockchain. And that is not what we should be doing, in my opinion, right? Before the cloud happened, before mobile happened, what do we use, right? We had data centers and we used desktops, right? The fact that you could, invoke an API to have a car come pick you up was not something we could have ever envisioned. And that's because the design space changed from using desktops to using mobile and cloud. So these systems, albeit like they've been around, they've matured a lot, and it's been slow, in my opinion, but has happened. I think trying to retrofit existing systems is not necessarily the answer. So when we see moonshots that are like, hey, we're not trying to force Amex to go on chain, it's a net new way of thinking about the future. That's interesting and is applicable from a VC lens. Now, should those be built? Yes, but maybe not from a VC perspective. So adoption's been slow, but that's okay. And I mean, it's already starting to happen. I saw a chart last night, which was like, if you look at, monthly active wallets, right, on all several blockchains combined, and how that has changed in just like the last 3 weeks because of memes. And by the way, memes are largely AI-driven today, these days, and botted. It has been pretty incredible. So going back to something we talked about earlier, these systems weren't meant for human consumption or direct human interaction. They were meant for agentic systems to begin with. So I think we're going to see orders of magnitude of adoption that we haven't been prepared for, but fortunately we're ready from a scaling perspective. Love my 2 cents.
I guess, a lot of our companies, they're not using blockchains today, but when you're in the boardroom and you're talking to people in between the actual meeting, everybody owns Bitcoin, everybody owns NFTs, everybody owns everything. So I think, and that's a microcosmic technology kind of focus group, but I think a lot more people own and are comfortable with blockchains and Bitcoin, little b Bitcoin than we expect them to, or we think they are. And I think we'll see the adoption that Anna's talking about quickly.
Well, guys, I know we went a little over, but we were in a flow. We were in a zone, and I think it was really interesting, and it was a shift from this morning and talking about just like the way money moves, and I think it's really fascinating. But I'd invite, what I'd love to do with you guys, because we could keep doing this all day long, and we did it at dinner the other night. We just kept going, is to continue this on a Twitter Spaces and really kind of follow up with more community questions. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Jacob,
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dude, that was awesome.
That was awesome, man. Thank you. Yeah, that was awesome.
Thank you.
Every store is created with a purpose, to offer a meaningful experience that brings customers back again and again. Yet most retailers are in the dark about how well they engage their visitors, making it hard to know what's working, what's not, and how to repeat success stories. Enter Door, a simple analytic solution for physical spaces that shows you how effectively your in-store experience is engaging customers. Door shows you your busiest and slowest hours, when to schedule your team to meet demand, and whether your marketing is getting people in the door, so you can improve your stores to resonate better with your customers. With Door, data won't get stuck in different departments or out-of-date spreadsheets. Unite your team on a platform everyone can share, then replicate what's successful and fix what isn't working. Gathering foot traffic data is simple. Door counts your visitors with thermal sensing. Just peel and stick the battery-powered sensor over any doorway to start measuring trends. Your customers want meaningful experiences in your spaces, so make it count. Contact us today to get started. Every store is created with a purpose, to offer a meaningful experience that brings customers back again and again. Yet most Every store is created with a purpose, to offer a meaningful...
Hey, welcome back. Benjamin Diggles here with Benjamin Jorgensen. I often go by Benjamin, he goes by Ben, and I tell you, I get a lot more emails that are sent to you than I probably should. I just delete them. That's not true. I forward you the important ones. He's a popular guy. So, as we've seen, a lot of amazing content so far today. We are at that crux where we're about to take a break for lunch. We're going to be coming back this afternoon with some of the most exciting parts. I'm not saying what I came up with was nothing, but we've got some really cool stuff that we're going to hear from our CTO as well as others. I just want to remind everybody to engage as much as possible. Make sure you're tweeting, hashtag HyDef. We're trying to get as many eyeballs on this as possible. As you saw from that cool door commercial, we're also doing some door giveaways. Frankly, I'm not quite sure how those work, but somebody knows.
And a DTM flash sale at 30% off. So
got a flash sale.
DTMs are 30% off right now. Yeah, so I think that's like a 24-hour thing. I don't know.
Get a hold of it.
We're getting info as it goes.
I personally bought more than my wife wants me to be slapping around the house, but
I feel like on QVC they're like, can I? Okay, no, that's 30% off.
Yeah, the quantities are going, guys.
They're going. All right, we got 4 left.
Yeah,
we got 4 left.
Wow,
this is a great device. Goes in your house. It measures foot traffic. You can see if your realtor is actually bringing people into your open house.
There you go.
There you go. Flash use case.
So we're about to go to lunch, and for those that are here on site, I would love to take a moment. Of course, you want to eat some food because we don't want you dying, but also go take some pictures with the Tough Truck. That's one thing I want to see, as many pictures taken. They worked really hard. Again, there's only 2 of these in the nation. They brought one out. So let's go get some pictures out there and celebrate Panasonic being on site.
Before we do, I would love for you to do you were so involved in everything. Give me your take on a summary of what you heard this morning and what your feelings and energy were. You were in the weeds with so many different players.
Some nerdy stuff. I'll tell you what. I think that the big takeaway, everything from Alan's keynote talking about railroads and providing infrastructure that is going to create new industry was really, really inspiring. Of course, the venture side, I know that venture tends to be a little bit of a 4-letter word when it comes to blockchain. So having some insight from people that are juggernauts in the industry, I think are amazing. Of course, I'll toot my own horn about everything that we covered with the federal government. I think the takeaway that I would love to express on behalf of Constellation and my effort here is that we're a different ecosystem, that we are, and we're going to hear from Ben a little bit later on his keynote. I've had a chance to see most of it. It's really inspiring, and I think it does double underscore how we are a different Web3 company.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I think the takeaway for me was watching all these different actors and people that are participating, building on us from a very large perspective is hard for a lot of people to conceptualize on like what could they be doing? What does AI look like on a blockchain? Like hearing from Forward Edge AI, the DoD building with us. What does that even look like? Like it's hard to get to a starting point, and I think what today not only provided validation and credibility of Constellation moving in the direction to bring external value, bring it on chain, getting out of our own echo chamber, look at real world applications that the venture guys are pursuing, but like grounded it. Like, in years before we were kind of like, it's kind of big and there's tons of data created by the government. But now I think we actually heard like real results happening, real things happening. Like there's a massive uptick happening. So it was really cool. You drove that whole morning extremely well, Mr.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it, sir. All right, we're going to wrap this up to go to lunch. I will say I'm very proud of what we've done in the last 7 years. One of my biggest prides is that I'm still great friends with this guy. We've stayed very close through all of this, and I'm proud to be in the trenches with you, buddy.
You too, man.
All right, have a great lunch, and we'll see you soon.
All right, that was good. I didn't mean to.
All right. Well, welcome back to HyDef 2024. Again, I'm Benjamin Diggles here with Ben Jorgensen. For those that joined us, we have completed the first 9 holes of the game here. That's a golf reference. We're about to hit the back 9. I would say that I think that the stuff that we're about to see this afternoon, even though my stuff was pretty face melting, is going to be the face melting section of the conference.
Yeah, it's exciting. So where we focused on really kind of the business side in the beginning, business applications, where's the future of blockchain technology as a whole going. The second, or the back 9, there we go. We're not really big golfers over here. The back 9 is going to be really about diving into the technology. Where's the adoption coming from, diving in with the tech team, and then we're going to talk a little bit about regulation and policy in America, which I think that'll be a panel that I'm hosting. Is a really fascinating panel, hearing from our hackathon participants, highlighting the hackathon, and then finishing the day with a keynote from yours truly. So it's going to be a fun, we were just talking about it, I was like, I can't believe we're going to pack all that into the next 3 hours of the day. Of which we'll then have a cocktail hour here in San Francisco. So, yeah, so let's get started. I'd like to welcome our CTO, Alex Brandes, to give a keynote on Constellation as a whole, the platform, new product ideas. Let's welcome Alex out into the stage, please.
All right.
Well, yeah, thanks. I'm excited to be here. Got some, what I think are some exciting announcements as part of this talk. But I want to start off with talking a little bit about why I think blockchain should be built like the web. And start a little thought experiment. Why isn't Netflix built on a blockchain? Why isn't something of that scale built on a blockchain? Is that possible to do? And so we look at some of the barriers to adoption at that scale. There's going to be scalability challenges. Netflix does a huge amount of throughput. They have millions of users. You really need a network that's going to scale to support something like that. Fees are a problem. If there's even a small fee on all of that throughput and all of that data moving around, maybe it's a non-starter for something at the scale of Netflix. Maybe lack of regulatory clarity is an issue. They don't know which sort of features of blockchain, of tokens they can use that are, that are going to be legal and stable. Code frameworks aren't suitable. If you're building something at that scale, you're not going to be stringing together a whole bunch of smart contracts, scripts together with routers. It's not going to work properly. So you need a proper code framework that will support that. And networks are walled gardens. It's not easy to get data in and out of current blockchain networks. And so you can't communicate with over APIs. You can't communicate with other data stores that are off-chain. It's a problem. So here, I'm going to kind of go through kind of a 30,000-foot, very high-level look at the evolution of blockchain infrastructure. Of course, Bitcoin is the beginning. Very revolutionary with its decentralization, with its security and ability to hold value and transfer value. But we're not doing much else, right? We're just doing currency through Bitcoin. Then we get smart contracts through Ethereum and other platforms. So we're introducing logic on chain. We can trigger actions based on transactions that come into smart contracts. But still, this isn't really a general purpose solution. Most of the action that's happening on smart contracts actually is really around, still around currency. You have the rise of DeFi, all these complicated kind of financial instruments that are created on top of smart contracts, but it's still not really a general purpose data solution. And then, of course, we have Constellation Network with application-specific networks. And so our version of that is called metagraphs. These are full layer 1 networks that you control the business logic for. They are general purpose solutions, and they have a lot of attributes that are really important, like being able to connect with external services, communicate freely and fit into cloud infrastructures. So just a quick kind of look through of what we're doing with metagraphs. Metagraphs are scalable. You can scale a metagraph like you would scale any other backend web service. So that would be, you can add nodes to scale it horizontally. You can increase resources to nodes to scale it vertically. They're flexible in that you control the business logic that goes into them. So you're able to fit it to a use case instead of forcing that use case to fit into your network and your transaction type. They're low cost, so any data that flows through a metagraph has 0 fee by default, and you only pay a very small fee for snapshot data that gets pushed to the public network. They have options around data privacy, so you're able to have some data that's public, some data that's private, and have control over that. So this idea that all data must be public on a blockchain is not necessarily true with a metagraph. Support real-world integrations. You can connect to APIs, reach out to other services. You can have off-chain data stores and easily integrate those things. Of course, they support token economies, which is one of the really cool things that's come out of Web3, is that you can create these kind of unique economic structures around tokens and incentivize people to do various things with tokens. And so that's easily supported with metagraphs as well. And then, of course, they're data first, so you control what data types you ingest, which ones you output, how that data is stored on chain as well. So we launched metagraphs to mainnet just a year ago, and just want to take a quick look at adoption. What has that looked like? If we're going to have a thriving network, it's really important that we have developers building, that this is not a kind of a dead platform. So October 2023, almost exactly a year ago, we launched Door, an IoT use case. Door has a international network of IoT hardware devices that send data directly to a metagraph. The metagraph stores some of that data on chain, some of that data off chain, and then it supports a token incentive system for what we call datapreneurs to maintain the physical network, the physical hardware devices in the real world. In July, we launched Alpaca, which is our social reward metagraph. A lot of fun around that one, and I'll talk more about that in a minute. Around the same time, we started our hackathon. So it was our very first hackathon, $100,000 in prizes. It lasted for 8 weeks. Brought in a ton of new developers to look at the platform, 700 developers registered. We got, at the end, 50 plus projects, a lot of those really good quality projects in the metagraph track for those. So let's look at what that looks like today, what our adoption looks like. We got at least three great projects coming out of the hackathon. AutoSite, which Bob, the creator of AutoSite, is here today, but it's a use case around data collection during driving, and then a marketplace for buying and selling that data. DSiNet, which is a project that looks at essentially like the fire hose of all of the data coming through from all metagraphs in the network, and then trying to make sense with that through causal relationships. So definitely an interesting project. Then AI Data Graph, a project that's looking at creating a marketplace for AI training data and models. And so all of these are either on IntegrationNet or soon to be. I think AutoSite launched IntegrationNet this week, and so it's there to see. We have Introna, which, as I understand, is going to be launching next week or shortly after. So really exciting to see that come to pass, and I think we'll hear some more about Introna later today as well. Cyberleet is a project that's been on IntegrationNet for a while. They've been working really hard building, and it's a gaming anti-cheat use case, and they should be launching soon as well. Of course, we had NDF, so the National DigiFoundry that we heard from a little bit earlier today. They created their governance structure on top of an L0 token on a metagraph. They also have a number of different working groups. I believe there are 3 or 4 metagraphs in the works through those working groups, including Cassidy, which we saw a video about earlier today. And then we've got two more metagraphs that we'll talk about as we go a little farther in. So there's definitely some action happening. We're seeing a lot of activity on the network. So I want to talk a little bit about Alpaca. So Alpaca is our metagraph that rewards real-world social behavior on digital platforms. So that takes the form of minting Paca tokens for creators on X, Twitter, and soon to be YouTube and other platforms as well. And so we're able to use some of the unique attributes of metagraphs to reach out through API integrations and then make use of zero-fee minting. So we're able to mint those tokens as we see that activity on the network, and it doesn't cost anything, so it becomes economically viable to do that. It's been a little bit of an experiment for us in terms of this incentivization model. We didn't announce any sort of value for Alpaca. There's no way to trade Alpaca token, but we've been able to kind of see how people are incentivized by tokens, and it's been a really good way to discover active community members, people that are wanting to be part of what we're building and kind of contribute to the future of that in a way that's not necessarily monetary. And so today I'm able to announce one of the actual features of Alpaca, and one of the things that we've planned since the beginning is that the new DEX that we're launching shortly will have a governance system. It'll have its own token. Those governance tokens will allow the owners of those tokens to vote on where reward distributions go for the network. There'll be a lot of power behind those tokens. And so a total of 26% of those tokens are going to be distributed to Alpaca token holders. So the first half of that is based on a snapshot that was taken today. So if you have Alpaca tokens, you're eligible for your share of 13% of those DEX tokens that will be launched. And then the other half, the second 13%, is going to be launched or distributed based on a future snapshot. So get to have some fun with that, get to discover some active community members that we really want to be part of the future of some of these other projects, and use that as a way to find those. So speaking of the DEX, want to go ahead and introduce the DEX and give a very kind of brief sneak peek here. And so the DEX is going to be Paca Swap. So let's take a quick look.
The Constellation Metagraph Hackathon showcased the immense potential of data-driven intelligence.
We might have the incorrect video here.
Yeah, Paca Swap.
Yeah, Paca Swap.
Swap the video.
See if we can get these slides back in just a second. But so Paca Swap fulfills a really important role in the network, utilitarian role, right? We need to have L0 tokens have some way to be swapped. Something doesn't have value if it doesn't have a way to be exchanged and have some sort of economic basis. So it creates it's this sort of essential host of liquidity for the network. Is running through Paca Swap. One of the features of that is that there's no network cost for doing swaps. The only fee that you pay is a 0.3% fee that goes to the liquidity providers behind the swap, and so they have an incentive to be part of that. It looks like we're showing the video now, which is great. And so it will be very easy to swap tokens on the network, and we're going to use the Paca branding for that. So yeah, like I said before, it's going to be a fair launch, which has an inclusive participation and governance model. We said 26% of those tokens are going to go to Alpaca holders. Another 30% is going to go to Lattice and LTX holders, and then the rest through other ways to kind of make this a a completely fair launch. Beyond just kind of its utilitarian purpose and role in the network for allowing liquidity to flow and value to move around, Packaswap is the first adopter of new transaction types on the network that we're creating. So some of those are around delegated spending. So that's giving Metagraph or another wallet permission to take tokens out of your wallet in the future. That's going to be really important for things like real-time market use cases, auctions, and of course, something like decentralized exchange. The other transaction type that we're developing for this is around, as we're calling it, atomic action. And so it's a way for the hypergraph to moderate interactions between metagraphs and ensure that either both happen or neither happen, right? So you can't have one side of a swap go through and the other fail. Both will succeed or fail together. So that'll be used for the DEX, but also has implications in terms of e-commerce, e-commerce use cases and other things. So the Packaswap is being developed as a general purpose metagraph. It has no special casing on the network. It has no special permissions. So all of these different transaction types and things that we're building will be available to all other metagraph developers as well. And so this is kind of a first sneak peek into some of the model that we're creating around how metagraphs are communicating with each other. In some ways, they're communicating directly with each other. In some ways, they're using the hypergraph to moderate those interactions, which make them more secure. And it's sort of a developing model that we'll, I think, talk a little bit more about in a minute. So, okay, of course, beyond some of these public metagraphs that we've talked about, we do have a number of federal and enterprise use cases that are being worked on. They're not as visible. It's not as easy to see information about them, but use cases like AI data provenance and decision tracking, cross-chain secure information sharing, and tokenization of financial and real-world assets. And so one of the questions we get a lot is around, Constellation is built on open source. It has this ethos of you contribute to the network and you can use the work of others and build on top of it. You can have, kind of a rising tide raises all ships. We work together and everyone kind of benefits. How do these private projects fit into that model where they're not really contributing back in terms of code or other things? And the way that they're doing that is through enterprise fees. So can announce today that the very first enterprise fee for our federal licensing was paid today. So you can see that on chain. And that's going to continue monthly going forward for that project. We also have a new section on the DAG Explorer that's going to show all projects and the fees that they're paying. So that combines metagraphs paying snapshot fees with private projects that are paying enterprise licensing fees. So you're able to see those fees that are being paid. The enterprise fees get paid directly to Stardust Collective, who has the option to either kind of handle them the same way that we handle snapshot fees on the network, which is to remove them permanently from circulation, or to use them for other benefits of the network as a whole. But this is sort of one way that enterprise and private contracts are paying back to the rest of the network for benefit of everyone. Which brings us to one more metagraph that I'd like to announce. This one I'm particularly excited about, and it's in the space of secure AI training data. This is a partnership that's been developing for a while, and we throw around this term of like web scale data, which means a lot of data, really high throughput. This is the definition of web scale data. So this is announcing our partnership with Common Crawl. So Common Crawl and Constellation Network are developing a metagraph together that will secure all of the crawl data coming through Common Crawl. If you're not familiar with Common Crawl, they're the largest repository of publicly available web archive data. So they crawl the entire internet every month, and they've been doing that since about 2007, 2008. And they've amassed 250 billion pages of web data, 9+ petabytes of data, petabytes quite a bit. And that data is particularly important because it's become the primary training set for open large language models like OpenAI and others. So if you're going to train your language model on human communication and language, you want to give it the largest sample of that you can, and that's the whole internet. And so Common Crawl is the primary way that many of these language models are training. And in some cases, it's 80% or more of the total training data that goes into large language models is coming directly from Common Crawl. So we're developing with Common Crawl a metagraph that secures that data and the provenance of that data. It processes large amounts of that data, verifies that it's that their hashes match, that create a Merkle tree that describes all changes, and makes it so that it's not able to be spoofed or changed. So this would be a big target, a big potential target for nefarious actors that want to insert specific training data into these large language models. They could have them either in subtle or not so subtle ways kind of work to their benefit. And so this collaboration is preventing that from happening. But we're very excited for this particular metagraph. Yeah, and this is really only the beginning. The Common Crawl team has been amazing to work with, and we've working with kind of processing large amounts of their data and securing it, but there's a lot more that we can do to expand that partnership, make it more secure, do things like watermarking. So this is just the beginning, but very exciting one to announce for everybody. So kind of circling back to the beginning, talking about web applications at the scale of Netflix. We're talking about how blockchains are built and why I believe blockchain should be built like the web. So if you're going to support projects of this size, what you need are access to full application code bases, so you're not stringing together a whole bunch of smart contracts or scripts. You need control of the core infrastructure and how it's deployed. Control of public versus private data. Not everything is going to be 100% public. We need to have that option to have some data private as well. And we need to be building on top of open source libraries. So there's already all this work that's been done in various programming languages that we can build on top of. Through metagraphs, you're able to access that by importing libraries directly into your code base from Scala and Java. And then we need true interconnectedness. You need to be able to actually communicate with external services. So you need to communicate over APIs. You need to be able to connect with outside data stores. And this is how the internet is built and constructed. And so I believe that blockchain can fit directly into that, and that's the kind of future that we're building towards. So if you're a developer, if you're someone with a project idea, I really encourage you to check out metagraphs, check out Euclid SDK, and see what you can build. So thank you. So now we're going to do a short video that's going to feature 3 of our projects from the hackathon, 3 of our top winners from the hackathon, and then we'll have a technical roundtable where we'll talk a little bit with the protocol team about some technical topics. So we can jump right to that.
The Constellation Metagraph Hackathon showcased the immense potential of data-driven intelligence and leveraging blockchain for real-world applications. This event highlighted how the Constellation network stands apart in a landscape often filled with limitations and challenges. Participants explored the transformative capabilities of metagraphs, application-specific blockchain networks designed to redefine how we utilize and interact with data across industries. These innovative projects aim to address real-world challenges and streamline processes in ways we've never seen before. Built on a high-performance Layer 0 blockchain, the Constellation network provided the flexible Euclid SDK. This flexibility empowered developers to create groundbreaking projects that broke through the barriers typical of traditional blockchains, enabling them to innovate without constraint. Metagraphs set themselves apart with a unique architecture that enables large-scale data processing and seamless interoperability with diverse data sources. This architecture allows developers to maintain complete control over their codebase, tailoring validation and privacy features to meet specific project requirements. Participants also gained invaluable support from renowned partners like IBM, Panasonic, and Chain, who offered essential resources and tools that enhanced the development of practical, data-driven solutions. This collaboration fostered an environment ripe for innovation. The competition featured a diverse array of prizes, including $25,000 for the top Metagraph project. Awards recognized not just creativity, but also the potential for impactful applications within the ecosystem, encouraging participants to think outside the box. This hackathon provided an exciting opportunity to bridge the gap between blockchain technology and real-world challenges, demonstrating the profound power of innovation in solving complex problems. The enthusiasm and creativity displayed by participants were truly inspiring.
My name's Bob Hamill. So I developed the AutoSite project for the Constellation Hackathon for users to become a datapreneur and the ability for them to generate income for themselves on the side through a Metagraph-powered tool which they use in their car to capture images of the road. These images could be sold to AI companies who would pay to access the token that users are rewarded. So anybody with a phone can participate in this and start earning auto tokens as income. There's a lot of functionality within Metagraphs that isn't available with your standard smart contracts. This ability for the Metagraph to handle and process and ingest data from outside sources is a real game changer. Very excited for the future of working with Metagraphs and Constellation.
I'm Ashwin Kumar, and I built AI Datagraph. There are tons of data points that are being generated by people nowadays. There's a lot of demand from these AI researchers and engineers to build really state-of-the-art models. Part of that is to get a lot of proprietary data. We really need to have people, consumers, opt in. As long as I can really granularly pick what I'm willing to share, I'm more than happy to give my data if I can get compensated. And so when I saw Constellation, the way that the network is set up is it's built for scaling. You can have a lot of flexibility with Constellation in terms of business logic. I was able to kind of figure out what do I want on the Metagraph, what are things I want to do outside of the Metagraph, and then piece them together however I wanted to, which is something that's really restrictive in a lot of other networks. So much data is generated, and even more, exponentially more every year. You need to be able to handle that from a technical perspective, and there's not many networks that have that Metagraph concept that you can scale kind of horizontally as quickly as you want.
My name is Bruno, and I submitted two projects actually. One is quite straightforward. It's a YubiKey hardware wallet where you can sign DAG transactions with your YubiKey. And the other project is DeSignet, which brings causal modeling on chain and really opens up this machine learning on chain use case with causal models as the target. When you build complex systems, you want them to be correct by construction, which means math first and then code second that represents that math, which means you want to use functional programming, which basically rules out all the base layers that are stateful by default and kind of leaves Constellation as the only option in a way. And that really allows you to have this compile time safety at the smart contract, at the Metagraph level, like nowhere else. Once you build on Constellation, you have all these guide rails that make you safe.
Constellation invites you to join the network designed to scale exponentially in our digital future. The future of data dwells on DAG.
All right, well, so for this segment, we're going to do a technical roundtable. We're just going to have a little conversation with some members of the protocol team on some technical topics, and I guess just give everyone a little bit of view into some of the conversations that we have internally, some things that maybe are not as public, and we can kind of talk about architecture and some various more technical things. So first, I can introduce everybody. So first, we have James Amon, who is a protocol developer on the team. He's our lead for federal projects and DoD, and a great developer, all-around great guy. We've got Ryle Gohausen, who is our head of protocol, has been with the company since the beginning, really, it's a lot longer than I have for sure, and is really the kind of architectural mind behind a lot of the protocol and a lot of the things that we're putting out. So I was figuring we could maybe just start, since we just saw a video on hackathon developers and how they're how they're working, utilizing the Metagraph framework. I guess, James, you worked with Hackathon developers as part of that process, and sort of, I guess, what was that experience like? What kind of surprised you, or what did you learn, or what was interesting about that hackathon process?
Yeah. So it was honestly really great to see like all the different ideas that people had to try to build different metagraphs, because you know, like we've been talking about, the framework for how to make these application-specific blockchains is very flexible, and I think one of the best things Constellation has done is made a really like simple interface that kind of exemplifies how many different use cases can be boiled down to work in this kind of blockchain framework, and making that accessible for developers to, you know, make blockchain-enabled applications. And so beyond like ingenuity and the inventiveness of all the participants, you know, it was a really good chance to see like where are places for improvement. Like it was really good feedback in my opinion. You know, it's sometimes we've been running pretty fast trying to build and make sure that we can have as many features as possible. You kind of forget that other people have to follow in your footsteps sometimes, and so seeing what people found as valuable, like it was really great to see all the questions people had around, or the interest people had around enabling like the differentiation between public and private data in order to validate transitions on a smart contract. And it really kind of, in my mind, made it clear that that's a key use case for a lot of developers, and if we want to be a differentiator in the blockchain space, building out that accessibility for developers is really key to growing in the future.
Yeah, it was definitely a learning process. You know, there were 700 registrants for the hackathon. I don't think we necessarily interacted with 700 developers, but it was still quite an influx of developers trying to learn the framework. A lot of them were also new to Scala as well, so kind of trying to learn the language and the framework at the same time. So there's a significant learning curve, and you know, a lot that I think we learned in terms of education materials, how we can be better at kind of bringing people up faster. But yeah, I guess you touched on, one of the things that we heard a lot about was public and private, this need for putting some data to be private on the network. We have some support for private data right now, but there's definitely room to kind of expand those tools. I guess maybe, Ryle, how do you see that kind of evolving, or some ways that we can do more to support private data on the network?
Yeah, well, I thought one of the most interesting aspects to it was how it sort of parallels, you know, the self-hosting community, and there being a billion different solutions for infrastructure related to that. You know, when you migrate from the idea of, oh, the platform is the contract that I'm developing, to, oh, I need to support an entire, you know, self-hosted stack to help my node operators for some specific application, it gives people a lot more power, right? You know, if I want to deploy Postgres alongside my application, well, all of a sudden I can do that now, but then you get into the area of, well, I don't have an entire, you know, FANG level corporate team that has a platform for me to deploy these Docker services to. It, you know, gives these developers a lot more power, but then they can have this fragmentation where it's like, well, what is the official path for adding these different, you know, services alongside my application? So I think one of the big takeaways from that is that we need to, you know, support popular paths of development to sort of give people guidance into what is the right pattern or formula to follow. But I think it sort of, you know, a lot of the ideas I saw, you know, especially specifically around, you know, use of data stores or external models, I think are totally appropriate, and they're going down the right, interesting path. But I think we're, you know, dealing with a problem that already exists in the sort of self-hosting community, where there's dozens of different ways to write scripts and infrastructure level support and Ansible, you know, VMs, you know, Proxmox deploys. There could be, you know, hundreds of different people who have different strategies or styles towards approaching infrastructure. And I think the more we can guide people down well-known paths or supported paths, or, you know, easy patterns to follow, you know, the quicker it'll go.
Can I just say one quick? So one thing I really love about Constellation, so I've really only been here for about a year, and is just how much we don't try to reinvent the wheel sometimes, right? Like you were saying, like we constantly talk about metagraphs as this like microservice architecture, but it's just the idea of like a lot of the problems we're facing, yes, they have their own unique approach or like application or like shade on doing blockchain technology, but there's so much that Web 2 has already done that we can learn from and integrate those solutions into like how we approach like the implementation for addressing that in a blockchain scenario.
Yeah, and I really love the whole integration with pre-existing self-hosting communities. You know, what was Mattermost being extremely popular, and other tools like that. You know, I think the more that we can try and integrate with people who already want to do those kind of things, or you know, they have their own home servers, or they have their own deployed tech stack that they like. I think that'll gain a lot of traction.
Yeah, it can be a difficult challenge because the framework is very flexible. So it's hard sometimes to say like, this is the one right way to do something because you don't exactly know what somebody's use case is. You don't know all of the different ways that it could be used. I think we've handled some of that through creating a lot of example repos. So, you know, hey, this framework can do anything. Well, here's 10 things that it can do specifically. It's a lot easier to talk about than, you know, it can do anything, right? So it's that kind of, you know, finding specific ways to show ways that things can be done, and then kind of discovering how different users want to use the product has been a journey. So, Ryle, you know, we've talked a lot about metagraphs being kind of microservices, or in some ways like microservices, and you have a background that you've worked with some of these larger scale microservice platforms. I guess sort of how do you see the hypergraph metagraph architecture as like similar or different, or where does it place in terms of a large scale microservice project?
Well, sure, and you know, I think there's a lot of people who give you different opinions about microservices in general. You know, some people consider them a fad, and that you know, service-oriented architecture is the real thing. But I think most people would agree in common that you know, you may not need a massive proliferation of services, but the boundaries for drawing services deal with organizational issues, teams involved in managing the code. It can sometimes be scaling issues, although you know, you can get arguments that those can be solved in different ways. But generally, even if you know, you haven't embraced the Uber level of you know, 10,000 different microservices, and you're just focusing on a standard service-oriented architecture, there's still really not a lot of support. You know, the standard contract, you know, transaction can touch the entire world state model does not really fit into a service-oriented architecture. So, you know, if we're drawing parallels, I think a lot of the contract-based execution focused on executors and, you know, preventing, you know, remote code execution through safety sandboxes and scripting, which you'll see in a corporate parallel in terms of customer specified code. I think the parallel we want to draw on is service-oriented architectures and request response boundaries between services. So that means essentially each metagraph, you know, irrespective of if there's a partition key within the metagraph, we can consider the service identifier as sort of the logical owner behind the state. You know, if the blockchain state is, you know, represented or mapped to a database state, we're saying a service-oriented architecture, each metagraph is essentially the owner of that local state. And I think that is a really interesting, different style of architecture where you're dealing with authenticated request response issues across multiple services, because it already exists, right? There's already 1,000 different blockchains, ecosystems. We are already, you know, doing this patchy bridgework solution to deal with message passing across these different network boundaries. I do think it makes a ton of sense to invest in and think about you know, architectures that are designed for service-oriented platforms. You know, that means in the future things like schema registries, you know, message routing, authentication between them, you know, atomic distributed transactions across multiple service boundaries, rather than looking at it as oh, I'm going to shard a world state so that the transaction still can touch anything in the world state, but it's sharded and cleanly split with a single collect operation. So, you know, you know, there's a whole bunch of different things that you could draw on in terms of service-oriented architecture platforms, but I think it's a really interesting subject to discussion. Yeah.
I guess the other kind of way that we bring the microservice discussion in is sort of how metagraphs scale. So there's multiple layers within a metagraph. You can scale out, especially the L1 layer, which does graph-based consensus. You can scale that horizontally so that you can handle more throughput. And so, there's kind of separation of concerns and ability to scale sections independently. And then there's the bigger model, so that we have almost like metagraphs as a microcosm of the hypergraph, metagraph whole model in there. So
it works. There's no reason. Why change the idea? If it works in one area, that's the great thing about graphs, right? You can just take the same little scheme and keep nesting in each other.
Okay, so I think in a minute here we're going to take a, actually no, sorry, we're not going to take questions, but what I want to talk about a little bit is what I want to talk about a little bit is the Common Crawl metagraph. We just announced that partnership. It's one that we're especially excited about. I know, I guess neither of you guys works specifically on the code for that, but I guess what kind of mechanisms can a metagraph use to do things like process gigabytes of data, where you would really have trouble doing that on a traditional blockchain network, things like maybe daemon processes or things like that?
Yeah, I think the one thing that we've metagraphs work really well. They're designed really neatly right now to be organized like a single process that processes or that acts kind of like a simple blockchain. But the API calls and the ability, because it is in a JVM environment, we can have these like sidecar daemons that are also processing data alongside the blockchain process, and so they have access to the same like memory space as the blockchain. And those daemons really give you a lot of utility to have other processes like inject data into the blockchain validation. So really, like, daemons is not something that any other metagraph framework I know, or any other smart contract or application-specific blockchain that I know of. It's pretty unique to metagraphs. But then also just the flexibility and how, because we do at the metagraph layer, it's a little overwhelming sometimes that it's so flexible, but it's flexible enough that you can even define your own serialization schema, which means that you can, like, to the byte level, you get complete control over the state of your metagraph. We don't enforce any sort of types. We don't, like, you are in charge of everything. And then we try to make that easier by saying some rational default sometimes to, like, give people a starting point. But that flexibility, when you need it, means that I can introduce things like encryption down at my, like, data level, and I can only share it among, so only the nodes in my network that I delegate can have access to this data. No one, even though it's posted to a public place, no one can read it because they can't decrypt it. Or the flexibility to, like, include authenticated data stores like Merkle trees or Patricia Merkle tries, those sorts of things, to expand on the amount of data that so you make succinct commitments that commit you to lots and lots of data, but the thing you post on chain and that you ultimately pay for with your snapshot is 32 bytes of data, and still commits you to this, like, huge chunk of data that then you can build other like request response mechanisms around.
I think with the Common Crawl metagraph, each crawl is something like 300 gigabytes of data, and they've got historical crawls going back more than 10 years. So just imagining trying to put that through a traditional transaction system would just be kind of unworkable. So I think. Sorry.
I just have a question for you. You were asking us questions.
Yeah, let's do that.
I don't know.
That's great, yeah.
Well, what do you think? There's only a couple of blockchains that I can think of that are even in our, like, wheelhouse, right? Like, there's not very many people that I think have the even capability to get it where we can be, or where we are, much less where we can be. But what do you think gives metagraphs its like leg up? Like, what is your favorite feature of metagraphs? Is I guess what I'm trying to ask.
Yeah, I think the thing that we really do that's unique is just the full access to the code base. So it's really like you're developing on a back-end web service. Like this is how basically any server framework in web works, is that you have full access to the code base. You build on top of a framework that you can extend, and you can work within their lifecycle methods. So it's sort of helping you to work more efficiently and faster, but you have complete access to hack that framework up, to insert things. Full access to the business logic there, and so you could make comparisons to maybe Cosmos or Polkadot or some of these other networks that are doing application-specific blockchains, but most of the development there is still kind of sandboxed. It's within bounds that are a little bit more defined than what we're able to do with metagraphs.
They're just a little more strict. Like you kind of have to do it their way. Right? Like you have to use their tooling. Whereas I feel like Scala can be a challenge. That's why we need the examples. But that flexibility, like, I don't know, it's just an unmatched development environment. Because if you want a web-based application, you're gonna have to build an API. Like you have to, guys, web development is really hard. Like I was a PhD student, I was in a grad school, and I was like, I don't understand, how do you write code for a server, and then it appears in the web browser? Like, this doesn't make sense to me. And then I learned about blockchains and like how we actually build web-based applications. And we kind of have, like, Constellation is just a way to do what blockchains are meant to do, which is like the promise of them, create immutable commitments to data over time. But then the utility comes at the ability to like interact with web-based interfaces like we're all used to, right? We all have these phones that are constantly talking on the web, and having smart contracts that can be like integrated intimately into how you build these backends, these REST interfaces for making web-based applications it's just not something that anyone else is really doing or like can do, because they've chosen to be much more opinionated and like closed off.
Yeah, and tying this back to Common Crawl, I think it would be kind of frustrating. Like, we put together this Common Crawl demo relatively quickly after talking with them. And, building a blockchain application that pulls terabytes of data, runs consensus on it, revalidates the hashes, builds the trees. It would be very difficult to do that all within one framework. If I was gonna, do this the popular way and invoke contracts, I'd need multi-sig, I'd need bridges, I'd need, some kind of chain link style equivalent solution for processing the data. I'd need a lot of different pieces. And they'd be spanning over multiple service environments. I wouldn't be able to pull them into one code base easily. I mean, it could be one code base, but it'd be, massive number of different dependencies on external services. It would be kind of messy. And then I couldn't do portions of it cleanly. It would be difficult because you can't put a terabyte of data through a contract. It's too expensive. But I still need to want to run consensus with a subset of nodes that are capable of pulling that amount of data. And so, yeah, no, I feel it just makes it more natural to express what it is you wanted to do, as though you were going to do it in a sort of typical enterprise corporate style environment. But it just under the hood, there's consensus happening.
Well, so I think that's basically our time here. And
one more question for you guys.
Oh yeah.
We have a little bit more time.
This guy in the back, Ben.
Talk a little bit about, since you're on the Common Crawl, talk a little bit about the business models that we can pursue just because of the relationship and what avenues there are for reducing costs or creating cost efficiencies, new revenue models. Expand a little bit about the AI pipeline, if you will.
Sure. So, I think one of the natural extensions of Common Crawl, because it's some of this sort of foundational data, I do think it fits really interesting, in a nice way with the sort of blockchain acting as almost a public good or public service. When you have these sort of foundational public data sets, you have potentially thousands of different people doing the same operations on top of them, doing the same transforms. I want to run PageRank, I want to run token counts, I want to run word count or other very basic statistics. It's a massive waste of energy to have every single person running these same transforms over and over again. There's a sort of shared layer at the introductory level of AI pipelines where it really makes sense to consider it almost a public good of different values. And Common Crawl, they can't really do everything for themselves, right? They're just sort of delivering this to the end user. They're sort of obviously going to have to deal with some types of redactions and other things, but they're not really maintaining indexes, transforms of the data. They're not maintaining authenticated pipelines of the data. It's basically, they hand it over to AI customers who need to use this data, and everyone reinvents each portion of the pipeline for themselves. So I think there's a really interesting intersection of authentication, public good, common access to different sections of the indexes for most AI pipelines. And really, it's sort of very interesting area to explore.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys. Thank you, everybody. And I think we're going to take a short break here and then be back with more content afterwards. So thanks.
2, 1, go.
Welcome back to HyDef 2024. Ben Jorgensen, one of your hosts for today. I'm excited about this panel. We've titled it Made in America, starting with Constellation being a blockchain built in America. And I'm honored to have this amazing panel of policymakers, influential people in policy writing, and crypto legal and policy making. So this is, to me, a really exciting topic. I think most of my day is actually spent with people like this to understand what is the state of blockchain in America from a policy perspective. So I'm honored up here on the panel with me. I have Ben Bartlett, Vice Mayor of Berkeley, City Councilman, Ryan Williams, crypto attorney, been working with him for the entire journey of Constellation, and Chris Kleich of the Digital Chamber, who does a lot of policy writing and lobbying on behalf of digital assets. So all of these individuals play a role in policy making and reform in America. And so today I'm going to kick off the agenda, and I've had the honor of speaking with everybody individually. I think Ben and Ryan and I had a 3.5-hour dinner where we got into like the future of everything. I think we solved world peace after 3.5 hours, so it was pretty good. But today we're going to hear from different perspectives on policy making. And this is, I think as we all agreed when we walked into this, we know the SEC is very tough right now. That's not a secret. And we didn't want to make it like this negative conversation, but actually show that it's safe to build here. It's good to build, like things are being done, there's momentum. So to kick things off, let's talk about like policy and politics, right? Like campaign, election year, 2 weeks left. What's going on? Like, what are we seeing from politicians in this space? And are they really making policy? Is it a political sided thing? Is it, give me your thoughts on like where we are with policy and politics. Chris, you want to lead us off?
The answer is yes. Yes. They are. There's politics and policy. They're inextricably linked, but the reality is money drives where policy goes, and that's the politics side, or at least part of the politics side of things. And so an interesting statistic from this campaign election cycle is that 48% of all campaign contributions have come from the blockchain industry.
Wow.
That's totally unique. That's never happened before, that one industry is given that large of a portion of the entire pie. And they've also given something like 3 or 4x the dollar amount than any other industry in the past has given in an election cycle. So that's changed the map and changed the calculus for folks running for office. So that is where a lot of the attention and interest has come. Like it or not, money drives votes, it drives elections, it drives politicians to give attention to topics, and that's where a lot of it's come. And so that won't go away. I think going even past the election, they recognize that this is a significant industry and a significant amount of money that they want to have access to, and that's where a lot of the attention has come from over the last 6 months since Trump dove kind of headfirst, like cannonballed into the industry.
So do we think this is a partisan effort, or is it a Democrat, or are you a Republican and you're pro digital assets? What are we on, like divided party lines, or is this like a universal consensus that's like, hey, this is here to stay and we can't really ignore it because now it's contributing to our campaign?
Yeah, it's really broken across party lines. Could be some people say the Republican side is more positive overall, but the campaign contribution funds have gone to both sides, and the political action committees that are giving the money to these campaigns, they're contributing to both sides. And a great indication, even before a lot of this money was flowing as freely as it is now, the vote for the large market structure bill that passed in the House was historic. The first time a bill had passed one of the chambers, 71 Democrats voted for that, along with almost all the Republicans. And that's almost unheard of to have that much bipartisan support for anything. So that's very indicative, and it tends to break, you can see that it's breaking more around generational lines rather than party lines. So as you can imagine, older folks have a bit tougher time understanding technology, the use cases, and so we're seeing the younger generation, younger in Congress being like 40s, 50s, of course some 30s, but there's that generational break.
Fascinating. And Ben, how do you, as you're going through the election right now, do you shy away from talking about digital assets? I mean, like, how do you walk people through that? When I had dinner with you, I was so inspired on your long-term plan of converting people. And I thought it was brilliant on the slow roll, but talk a little bit about how you kind of navigate those conversations.
Well, it's funny, that's a great question too. When I first started in crypto in 2016, I ended up creating the first framework for blockchain municipal bonds. We call them microbonds. And it got a lot of attention, it was wonderful, led to a new imprint out there in the world. And the governor appointed me to the California State Blockchain Working Group, where we wrote and created probably 27 different blockchain utilizations for the state of California, which were fantastic. And so in that time frame, I've really become a friend of the industry. I created a super PAC called DAO for America and played in a couple of elections, congressional elections last season. It was great. However, locally, and I think there are other Democratic strongholds, I'm in Berkeley and there are others in the country, we had our favorite son, FTX, who was in Berkeley and from Berkeley, go down and really kind of taint the market and the vibe. And then due to the sort of the partisan sort of appearance of it now, we've kind of have to kind of slow walk it because the technology we know is very empowering, very useful, and very evolutionary in terms of economic access, economic growth. However, you have to, right now it's kind of the precarious time in terms of affiliation. So I don't talk about it too much on the local campaign trail because it's just a distraction at this point. However, everyone knows I'm about it and they know what I do. It's just not useful. However, the national trend is imminent.
But you see it as a part of your long-term strategy and campaign, right? On using this technology for public good. Absolutely. I mean, so this is the technology allows us to create programmable currencies, programmable implements, and smart tokens. We did the first campaign NFT back in 2016, 2017. Oh, that's cool. And in Berkeley, our vision is for a token that can be used throughout the community, programmed to service homeless people, nonprofits, kids, things like that. So the use is there, and piece by piece at the state level, it's being adopted from our report. And I think we'll get there anyway because I mentioned before at our dinner, the scale of this is undeniable. At this point, stablecoin issuers hold 1% of all U.S. Treasury notes, which represents the 18th largest holder of T-bills. And so we are subsuming the government. That's something that people don't really talk about. It's kind of in kind of back channels and whatnot in crypto conversations. Is like, you can't ignore that type of movement which was really smart on stablecoins going, hey, let's go buy some of these T-bills and see if they like us now, So, Ryan, can you help us demystify or dispel some truths that, people think that American government doesn't like blockchain, they don't like crypto. Can you dispel some of that and kind of restore some confidence? What you see on a daily basis is like, you've got to keep up with an legislation that doesn't want to commit to one thing or another. What is that like?
Yeah, it's tough to advise in this space right now because there's still so much uncertainty. That is, we're particularly looking at the SEC, right? We all are familiar with whether these tokens are securities and the implications for how you distribute these things. But if we kind of just stay away from that for a quick second and think about why we're so scared of this term securities in the first place, Silicon Valley, this whole city was built on raising capital through selling securities, right? There are actually rules for this. And how to kind of follow those rules in the context of crypto is not all that difficult. Now, if you want to try to argue that they're not securities, there are some kind of nuances around that. We can talk about that in a little bit, but I just recently did a panel or a presentation. We talked about kind of myths, these 5 legal myths that are making it harder to build in crypto than it really needs to be. And don't shy away from, hey, how do I pretend that I'm not a security? How do I create, foundation structures and these like FTX style corporate charts to pretend like this isn't what it is in certain contexts? Lead into it a little bit in certain contexts and say, hey, there are rules for how you do this. Let's follow those rules. They're not all that hard. There's things called Regulation D, which are exemptions from securities registration requirements that say sell to accredited investors, right? Not that challenging to do if you just understand that there are some rules and that these rules are kind of well-trodden paths for how to kind of sell some of these things as securities. But, that's not to say that there isn't still a lot of uncertainty, right? And I tell clients all the time that, uncertainty and risk are really just two sides of the same coin. So, we think about like robbing a bank. Like no one talks about the risks of robbing a bank, right? Like the rules, what they are, it's illegal. You just like don't do it. And if you do it, you just hope you don't get caught. But like it's not like, oh, what are the risks of robbing a bank? But in crypto, it's not always that clear. So like, is a free airdrop always a problem? Well, it depends, right? Is seeding a liquidity pool on a permissionless AMM a securities offering to the US? That's a really good question, right? So these things are out there. We are starting to see courts, thankfully, we have the kind of the political solution here, and everyone's kind of hoping for crypto-friendly rules and regulations. And while courts can't really do that, they can start to provide some clarity on some of these questions. And we're already seeing that, and I think that will continue to be the case. It won't always be, the rules that we want or the clarity that we want, but at least we'll start to know where those boundaries are and what we can and can't do. And when people come to me and my team and our firm and ask for advice, they just want to know, what can I do, what can't I do? Right? Like they're not usually like, hey, how do I get around this? Or hey, how do I rip people off? It's like, hey, can I do this, can I not do this? And so many times the answer is like, well, we don't know yet. Here's how we think about it. Here's the risk. Here's how we mitigate those. And I think increasingly through some of these court actions and appeals that we see coming down the pipeline, we are going to get some of that clarity, even maybe hopefully even before we get some, maybe more new policy, new regulations that I do think are desperately needed. But in the meantime, just a little bit of clarity on some of these difficult questions will go a long way.
Yeah, I mean, from the builder perspective, it drives me nuts every day, not because I'm just paying your bills, but because we just want to build, right? We want to innovate. So Chris, how, pushing a little bit back on the government, what are you guys doing to kind of move that conversation, represent builders, get the government comfortable, like talk a bit about how you guys are actively in policy-making conversations and what that experience is like, because it's not just a knowledge thing anymore, right? Like they know what it is. Now, what is the big hurdle that you guys face on Capitol Hill?
Well, the perspective from DC, they're got big unwieldy government, and from the conversations I've had, Department of Justice folks, DOD, FinCEN and Treasury, the White House, they don't hate crypto. The people that I talk to, they're involved with this. They don't hate crypto. They're not trying to kill it. They're Americans that are trying to do the right thing and to help the industry grow and be domiciled here while protecting national security, protecting consumers. On the Hill, there's not one answer to that question. There's some education advocacy. There are a group of members and their staffers, congressmen and senators are very engaged, very knowledgeable, in the weeds. The knowledge level drops off relatively steeply after that first group of folks. And then there's education and helping them to understand what this is, what the importance of it is. They're not going to know what a consensus algorithm or a mechanism is, and hash graph and all the technical terms that a lot of people in this room know and are familiar with. But they now are starting to understand and appreciate and ask more of like, this is very important. We get that it's important and that we're behind, that we need to do something as soon as we can. So that's helping to bring the use cases. And we talked about earlier in the opening chat this morning about bringing Web 3 to Web 2, and it's a similar strategy and model to show like we're not trying to bring everybody and drag Congress and the whole government into the Web 3 world and crypto and everything that entails, but to bring those use cases to show this is how it improves supply chain. This is how it improves voting and tracking voters and protecting data, encrypting data and protecting it for military comms and all sorts of other applications. So being able to show those outside the financial use cases is really important, and we hear that a lot when we're on the Hill. Like, tell us, what else is out there? Why is this important to us?
Yeah, and why do they think it's, I mean, Ben, Chris, why do they think it's important? I mean, like, what is the basis? I mean, I have my opinions, obviously, of why I think it's important, but why do you think it's important to them? I mean, do they decouple blockchain from crypto, or are they coupling it together, and now you're like having to educate both sides, and then it gets lumped back in? Like, why do they think it's important?
Yeah, you know, it's deep. So everyone assumes Bitcoin is all crypto, and blockchain is Bitcoin, and Bitcoin is a security to be played with and gambled with and risky. They don't understand there's an underlying technology of this shared ledger system. They don't get it. So the education is like trifold. You have to, one, sort of decriminalize it, and then demystify it, and then explain the components. And then the use cases are embedded in the explanation, from the currency side to the data side, to the transparency side, to the supply chain tracking side, all the stuff you can do with it. And so once they see the inherent frictionless nature of the technology and how it can be utilized to help their client constituents, right? Whether it's the benefits distribution of the state, whether it's locomotive industry or airline industry or military, when they can see how it makes their constituents' lives much easier, they're into it.
Oh, it's fascinating. So I guess I have a question for all of you on the panel. It's like, sometimes I go home and I'm like, dude, is this like worth it, right? All the education on the local level to the macro level to the legal level and educating myself and a team. I mean, like in a way, I think I went through law school thanks to Ryan Williams.
You're pretty good, yeah.
I've gotten better. I mean, 7 years, man. I'm not doing well as a student.
Law school would have been cheaper, perhaps.
Yeah, I actually think it would be a lot cheaper. But do we think that is this technology innovative enough to justify the leapfrog that we have to make? Does that make sense?
I'll start and just speak for myself. I mean, I went all in on this technology, 8 years ago now. I was a security attorney on Wall Street. I worked at the largest law firms there, largest law firms here in Silicon Valley, and people thought I was insane. In 2016, was like, nah, I'm leaving all this behind. I'm going all in on digital assets because I had my red pill moment, right? So I think kind of the risk just for personally that I took to kind of jump into this industry, I have to believe that this is all worth it because I did it. And I think many people in this room have done the same thing and dedicated their careers and pivoted from what they were doing before to build in this space. And I think, when I had my red pill moment, I'll just talk about it real briefly. My interest in startups started from this idea of social enterprise, right? Like for-profit business models to promote positive social change. And then I had my very first crypto client in 2016, and they were doing credit scores for the unbanked population of Brazil. And it was like these women that had perfect repayment rates, taking loans from friends and family, but they had no credit score. Right? So they couldn't get microloans to start their businesses. And it was just like, oh my gosh, this is what started me and my interest in entrepreneurship and innovation 20 years ago now. And it kind of came full circle. And for me now, I cannot look at any business or any product or business model and not wonder, how could this be made better by a little bit of decentralization, a little bit of better distribution, a little more egalitarian access to decision-making, to control, to power, to wealth creation. And I think if you think about it for that reason and you're in it for that reason, I think that is worth it. I think we will continue to move this industry forward. And those use cases that are so important will become so obvious that in 20, 30, 40 years, it's going to be unfathomable that people didn't understand what this was going to be for society, how transformative it would be. Imagine right now trying to explain that like people didn't really know what to do with the internet 40 years ago, right? That's just like mind-boggling. I think, and I believe truly that we're going to be in the same place thinking about crypto 40 years from now.
Right on.
I have to tell you, my wife is going to kill me if it's not worth it. I'm going to be in big trouble all the time and
mine too.
Money. Yeah. So. But I think from another standpoint, if not, even if you forget about all the other things that we've talked about, from a economic competition standpoint with China, it's worth it. That they are full steam ahead.
Sure.
Internally, externally, pushing their networks using sort of a combined walkway TikTok model, building the infrastructure and the platforms and applications that live on top of them to try to draw in users, siphon off their data, control, manipulate. So if for no other reason than we've already discussed, it's vital that we move into it harder and lead, because if not, they will fill that vacuum.
Yeah, I think that's great. And look, I know I'm looking at the clock and it says 0, but we're already ahead, so I'm just gonna let it run, dude. I think you guys are interesting, so I'm gonna keep it going. Everybody's here. Looks like the crowd got bigger. I don't know. Actually, it's been the same size all day. But what I want to see, from all of you guys. Well, not you guys, but everybody that represents policy reform, being a voice in the legal community, is attracting entrepreneurs to stay in America, right? Like there's so many entrepreneurs that I know that have, moved to other countries because they're more proactive on regulation and it's less scary. And I'm not gonna lie, like building stuff in this space can sometimes be scary. It's less scary because I have 7 years of Ryan Williams education, but my point being is like, how do we keep innovation in America and not lose our innovative edge? Because I love living in this country and I hate seeing people leave.
You're absolutely right. Even California too. California's losing businesses.
Yeah.
And in other states. Most of my clients we spend an inordinate amount of time and energy getting them set up in Bermuda, Bahamas, El Salvador, Singapore, all these countries, instead of America. Mm-hmm. And we're the home of innovation, but we're losing it. And a lot of resources, both human and intellectual and capital, are all going overseas. And Chris is right. The competition for data as the new oil and who controls it, we're losing control of it. And so we need to keep the people here with some guidelines that are understandable and workable. It's really important. And I want to say, for the record, in terms of committing, being all in, blockchain, crypto, et cetera, it is 100% the future, without a doubt.
Love it.
I think one thing that people need to realize, we talk about going to Bermuda or Cayman or Switzerland or Seychelles or Isle of Man. I mean, these are jurisdictions I never even thought about my entire life and knew they existed. And now every week I get a call about, what do you think about Isle of Man? I'm like, nothing. I think exactly nothing about that ever in my entire life.
That's great.
But I think one of the important things to realize is that if you want to serve this market, right, still one of the largest, most kind of, wealthy markets on the planet, you're going to have to work within U.S. regulation. It doesn't matter that you went and set stuff offshore, right? And so I think it's a short-sighted approach. And if we can educate folks that say, hey, if you want to serve this market, I don't care where you're based physically, I don't care where you domicile your company, we have to work within the legal regime here and the regulatory regime here. And if we can get them to accept that and to now work within that regime, rather than trying to just regulatory arbitrage by move out, we'll keep more builders here, we'll keep more products here, we'll keep more use cases here, and I think that's part of what I try to educate folks on. And there's some legitimate reasons to do those, so it's not that saying that that's a bad idea, but if you want to still build here, you want to have users here, you want to have products that are in use here, you can't run away from United States regulation. We got to lean into it, we got to be thoughtful about it, we got to understand the risk, we got to quantify that risk, both like likelihood of harm, magnitude of harm, and then think about some risk mitigation strategies, but don't just pretend like you're going to bury your head in the sand in Bermuda and not have to worry about what happens in the United States.
Right.
Well, we saw that with, what's his name? He shall not be named.
Yeah.
There should be enough crypto extradition cases at this point to know that's not exactly how it works.
Right.
And Chris, from your perspective, how do you see harnessing innovation? I mean, it's great. Your organization is amazing. And just in the last year, you guys have made leaps and bounds on getting their attention and juggling the startup, we'll call it startup crypto world with, key policymakers.
Yeah, just to kind of put another point on some of what we do is we're working in the trenches with members of Congress or staffers to help shape the bills. That they will often come to us with drafts of the legislation they're writing to ask for our opinion, our collective take from our members that have interest in certain aspects of the bill, so that they want to get it right. They want to make sure that they're not screwing up or killing some part of the industry they just don't quite understand. And so they come to us as the, sort of an aggregator of lots and lots of companies that have expertise. And sometimes we're actually writing draft bills that much more pointed and limited than some of the huge bills that have been contemplated and passed through. But we work with the members of Congress to introduce kind of bespoke pieces of legislation. So they, from a U.S. government perspective, they recognize that people are moving offshore, that there's fear to operate here and to start or to continue operations. We see it, and I'm sure you guys, when you're traveling overseas, you're seeing, like, and folks in my company were just in Singapore, Token 2049, over and over and over again, that people sort of scoffed and they brought up the topic of coming to the U.S. No way, there's no way we're coming right now. I think that will change. It has to change if we want the industry to grow and be led in the U.S. and from the U.S., but it will take that clarity, which there's a decent chance that can happen next year, early next year. So fingers crossed. Lots of things are up in the air in terms of politics and elections and priorities in the next Congress that'll start next year. But we need that to really sort of reshore, onshore a lot of folks who have left. And like you said, companies are itching to get in here that are based in, Asian-based companies like Chinese, Singaporeans. People want to come here. It's the largest and most liquid and deepest capital markets in the world. They want access to this market, but they don't need to come in and they don't need to rush to come in when it's not clear and they risk going to jail or their company being destroyed by an SEC fine or something.
So then they block all us Americans from getting like free airdrops. So thanks for that protection from free money. It was really going to destroy my life.
Well, I was going to end it on that note, but I don't know if I want to end it on that. We got a couple of minutes. I got a couple of minutes. Outward-looking statements. How are we feeling about the election? How do we feel about progress in America? Positive statements.
Well, I think that after the Republicans have kind of taken the threshold piece around crypto and raised the bar, Democrats are now meeting them. So I think that no matter who wins, we will have clarity.
Cool. Love it.
Yeah, I do. I think that no matter who wins, Gary Gensler is gone as SEC commissioner. Go ahead, you can. So I think that's pretty clear. He might become Treasury Secretary, so it's not like he's totally gone, but he'll get out of our way on this issue. I think there's kind of been a kind of a defrosting and kind of the Democrats' kind of perspective on this a little bit. At least kind of outwardly, they've stated that. I think we were a little concerned from like a regulatory perspective. We have a lot of clients who are in the middle of SEC investigations, some of which have been going on for many, many years, and you see kind of like leading up to the election, is there going to be a big kind of push before like the 9/30 end of the fiscal year for the federal government? They like to pad their stats and show how many convictions they've gotten or how much disgorgement they've gotten. We didn't really feel that push. Then there's like the election coming up. Oh gosh, is that going to be a big push? We didn't really feel that push. There's now the next big date is the inauguration on January 20th, right? And there's nothing that's going to stop a SEC from this lame duck period kind of taking action. We saw the last chairman, Jay Clayton, do that to Ripple in like December 22nd of 2020. But so that's kind of the last shoe to drop. Like there's been many deadlines that you thought this could be very aggressive kind of ramping up of the pressure, and it hasn't happened yet. So maybe there is some awareness that the next administration is going to be a little bit softer, and maybe they don't want to blow everything up on their way out. So I'm kind of cautious in that optimism, but so far we haven't felt the pressure to really settle things in advance of the election.
Thanks.
Well, from what we understand here, DC, Gensler does not have a chance to be Treasury Secretary. So that's So that's a big positive. Like his relationships are such that they're aligned more with the Biden administration and the current dynamic. So that's a good thing. I'm concerned. This is no sort of like inside information, but I am concerned that there'll be a flurry of activity over the next 2 months as burning the house down behind him with some more cases against big crypto firms. But in terms overall, I agree with you guys as well that whoever is elected, whatever your kind of social and what national security politics aside from this industry's perspective, I think it's only going to be positive, more positive than it is now, whether it's Harris or Trump.
Great.
And Harris it was sort of a deafening silence when she first became the nominee, and it was maybe understandable because that's not her forte and not her number one issue that she's thrown into this election season. But there have been some interesting developments over the last 3 or 4 weeks, and she's shown some interest and signs that she's interested to reconcile with the industry and have a reset. And we've heard that from folks that are meeting with her, and so that's positive. And
48% of her contributions came.
Yeah, yeah.
So I would also change my mind, but
Yeah.
yeah. Well, guys, thank you so much. This has been an awesome panel. I know we went a little over, but I think this is really important. Ben Bartlett, currently running for election. Donate to him. Can I say these things? I don't know.
That's okay when I do it.
All right. Ryan Williams, Ashbury Legal. Chris Kleitch with Digital Chamber. We're also co-hosting the after party tonight at Yokai. Great to have you guys. I had such a fun time. Thank you guys so much. You're very amazing individuals, extremely intellectual. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That was great, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Has anyone ever asked you, do you like DEGs? Well, today you're going to find out why DAG tokens might be.
Howdy from Texas. I'm Amy with the Texas Blockchain Council. We are an industry association on a mission to make Texas the jurisdiction of choice for Bitcoin, blockchain, and all digital assets. We represent individuals, startups, corporate entities here in Texas and beyond. And we would love to invite you to join us today. We've got a conference coming up in November, the 20th and 21st at the George Bush Presidential Library here on the SMU campus. We're going to be hosting former Speaker of the House Paul Ryan, Commissioner Summer Mersinger, Anthony Pompliano, and many more. We hope you'll consider coming November 20th and 21st. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Has anyone ever asked you, do you like DAGs? Well, today you're going to find out why DAG tokens might be your next best friend. And if you missed our deep dive into Constellation DAG, make sure to check out this video with a link in the description where we go in depth on all of the exciting new updates and programs with the US government that are happening right now with this crypto project. This video is going to be dedicated to showing you exactly how to get a hold of some DAG tokens using the Stargazer wallet. Welcome into the blockchain basement, where we are always bringing you the top information for cryptocurrency while staying extremely based and making massive gains all along the way. Constellation is already partnered with the US Air Force, IBM, Amazon Web Services, and this is just a taste of all the exciting developments and projects that are happening within the Constellation DAG ecosystem. We've been talking about this project for quite some time here in the blockchain basement, right around a year and a half, because of the immense stronghold in projects that are aimed to service the federal levels of security. And as you can see with the cataclysmic news of hacks happening across the globe, this technology is needed more than ever. But just recently we got a chance to partner up with DAG, and I could not be more pleased to bring our audience one of the top-notch crypto ecosystems bubbling under the surface. Let's jump into the tutorial on how to get your hands on some DAGs, because here in the basement, we like DAGs.
Do you like DAGs? DAGs. What? Yeah, DAGs. DAGs. Do you like DAGs? Oh, dogs. Sure. I like DAGs.
Stargazer wallet is a multi-chain wallet. This supports Constellation and Ethereum chains, and it's available on a Chrome extension and on mobile devices for iOS and Android. Just jump into your app store and download this baby with no problem. Once you have the Constellation app up and running, you go to Get Started on your mobile device. This is where you can create your login credentials. And boom, you're in. Next, you have to capture the seed phrase that's created and make sure to keep that secure, because you may have to input that wallet to recover a wallet in the future. You're also going to have to verify that you got it down right the first time to validate your wallet for the initial setup. Now you're almost ready to start stacking, but you're going to have to hit next and get your password validated to get to the home screen. The wallet comes preloaded with several different currencies, including yours truly, Constellation DAG. The wallet shows the price for each token and the amount that you own, and you're going to want to up those numbers before this bull market really starts kicking off, folks. This is not financial advice, by the way. You know the drill. I ain't your daddy. This wallet is also going to show you the percentage of price increase or decreases over the last 24 hours, which is pretty handy for a quick glance on where the markets are heading in the short term. Moving right along, here's how to navigate around your wallet. It is very, very easy. To zoom in on the details of any particular asset within this wallet, you just simply click on it from your home screen and you will see the amount of that particular token that you own plus the transactional history within it. Once you click on any one of those items, it's going to bring you to the DAG Block Explorer, where you can view individual transactions on the record within the blockchain. Now, of course, you can do a lot more than just get your hands on some DAG tokens within the Stargazer wallet. They are a top choice for other NFTs and ERC20 tokens, where you can also send and receive those tokens using your new wallet. To send tokens, all you need to do is click one of these assets and go into the send portion of it. To send tokens, you got to click the individual asset and then send them out from the home screen. Then you click the send button, and it's a likely story what happens after that. Just make sure you're sending to the right address. A screen will pop up that will be asking for the recipient address and the amount to send. And of course, a microscopic transaction fee, because DAG is one of the cheapest crypto systems on the planet to do this with. The mobile wallet features a QR code scanner that makes it easier than ever to send and receive your tokens without having to copy or paste your wallet address.
Yes, I love technology, but not as much as you see. But I still love technology, always and forever.
So there you have it, folks. There's an in-depth glance at the Stargazer wallet and how to hodl onto your DAG tokens, because this project is a real one. Everything you need to know about how to get started with your Stargazer wallet and working to control your own DAG bags for the moon. If you found this information helpful, drop a like and a comment down in the comment section below and help spread this message out to other crypto enthusiasts that need to understand what's coming to the future of the crypto industry. Much love to every single one of you out in the Dweller community and a part of our Discord, and I'll see you very soon.
American regulation and crypto policy could be so fun. Those guys were great. So really appreciate those holding on because we still have some really amazing stuff. I'm here to introduce one of my favorite people in the world. He's one of my co-founders, Altif Brown. I met Altif, right when this thing started for the most part, and he played an instrumental role in helping me unwire my brain from my Oracle days to understand the new world of blockchain. And God bless him, because every time I asked him questions, he didn't have all the answers, but he did his best to answer those questions for me. I'm like, what the heck is a node? What's better? Is there one node that's better than the next? And he's always been a guiding light. And one of my favorite things about Altif is how personable he is. Anybody that's had the fortune to have met him knows that he can work a room unlike anyone. And there's been many situations where I've said, hey, I can't be at this space ISAC thing. I can't be at this military conference because I'm double or even triple booked. And my number one guy to always send is Altif Brown. And the reason why is because I know not only is he going to make the contacts that mean so much to me in my business development workflow, but he'll show me pictures of him partying at 2 a.m. with the contacts, and now they're best friends. It's really impressive stuff. And so Altif is instrumental in leading the Stardust Collective, and today he's going to give us a short keynote to talk a little bit about the most instrumental piece of our governance arm, which is the Stardust Collective. So without further ado, Altif Brown.
Thank you, Benjamin Diggles, one of my favorite people too. It's been a day, y'all, and we are not done. There's still some more announcements coming from other keynotes, so I'll make mine short and sweet. So just to level set here, what is community-based governance, right? Because generally you assume like a company is just ran by its founders or its team, et cetera. But what DLT and distributed ledger technology has done, and also what you've seen with GameStop and other things like that, is the community has power when the voice is used together. And so community-based governance is decentralized decision-making that helps with not just transparency, but it helps with growing a healthy ecosystem for the future. And so it empowers a wide array of people, right? Constellation Network's team is X amount of people, but when our community is involved, it becomes thousands more people, right? The Stardust Collective is not thousands of people yet, but as we continue to grow, it may one day be. It also creates transparency and accountability, right? Because when governance is done, especially on chain, we know what's happening there. And also we can be accountable to each other. It's not just like, oh, the company did it. It's like, no, we as a collective chose this, so we need to have ownership over it. And also it ensures, in the spirit of decentralization, that no one group or entity or person can control the future of a healthy ecosystem. And so what is the Stardust Collective? And those of you that have been around for a while know the collective has been around, and a lot of iterations, a lot of faces, but we're in a good place. But overall, its vision and mission is to help the Constellation ecosystem grow and amplify its messaging for adoption here and also globally. And so a lot of people don't know this, but Constellation Network itself, like just DAG, token holders, et cetera, we're in over 110 countries globally. And so the collective tries to pull people from every region, age, background, and whatnot to be representative collectively of just people that have a stake in the HTTP DAG ecosystem. So just a couple highlights of 2024 so far, because some of the collective members are in here and they're like, Altif, you be putting us to work for no money, but we do a lot of good things. So this year alone, we've given over $100,000 to Metagraph projects. We sponsored the Constellation Global Hackathon, which had $100,000 worth of prizes. Some of these memberships that the Constellation core team is joining, like the Digital Chamber, some other, like Tetris Blockchain, that's the Stardust Collective pushing the core team to do these things. If you guys were around during the summer, the Constellation core team redid their tokenomic strategy, right? And that was a huge rework. That took the entire ecosystem, the lawyers, everybody else, but the Stardust Collective had an instrumental voice on behalf of the community to make sure that the community's interests were met. And through that came out the AA rating from Hackathon, the premier global auditing firm, that said, through all the push and pull with the collective, the core team, to create something beautiful that was actually transformative. Our events, obviously, HyDef 2024. Use that hashtag, y'all. the collective, sponsors this event, our event at Consensus, BTC Nashville, we try to just show up, even if it's just in a little way, or there's global watch parties happening right now in the Netherlands, in Paris and other places, and so we try to just have a global footprint for the ecosystem, especially when our core team is based here in the United States. And of course, exchange listings, which we are always working on. I'm not going to talk about it, just know the collective is also part of those conversations, and we understand as the voice of the community that it matters. And amplifying the core team's marketing as well, because punching through is hella hard sometimes. So now 2025, a new era of governance and innovation. We answered the collective, we've been through a lot of iterations, so it's time for another one. So some of our initiatives that we talked about before HyDef 2024 that we can kind of discuss is to launch on-chain voting, right? Because a lot of the community is like, there's a lot of stuff happening in the Stardust Collective, but a lot of times they can't see what we do and all the things. And so to add more layers of transparency overall to bring on-chain voting. And so I don't have a timeline, don't ask me for a roadmap, just know it's a 2025 initiative. And also rewarding members and people in the community to submit proposals, bounties, voting on them, just kind of having an incentivization layer to make sure that the community is participating in an ecosystem for it to grow ad infinitum. And within the collective itself, there are 3 current working groups, around marketing, technological expansion, general operations, but we want to continue to build out very laser-focused, topic-specific working groups where the community can join. Because maybe you don't want to join an entire collective that meets all the time, and you just want to laser focus on exchanges, or laser focus on adoption within the government apparatus, right? We can then streamline more people into these things, because as we grow into thousands of people, I don't want to be holding meetings with thousands of people. So it's just another layer of decentralization that we're going to add. And so the benefits of this is, I kind of mentioned earlier, but overall community ownership over its ecosystem and its future, right? Because if you're a stakeholder in anything, you want to have some sort of say and feel like you can impact it, right? And so that's super important. It builds the bonds between community members, and it builds the bonds between the different Metagraph projects, between our consortia we're a part of, between the core team and the rest of the ecosystem. Better resource allocation, right? Because now, do you know how hard it is to get 100 people to agree on anything, let alone how to spend money? So if you can, then the resources are better allocated, because I'll ask for things I'm completely sure are going to no brainer, and everyone's like, I'll see if you've lost your mind. And so, kind of that push and pull that becomes, it's democracy in action, I guess. And of course, better transparency. It's a spirit and essence of DLT is transparency. So we always have to lean into that. And like I was saying, sometimes my ideas don't get accepted, and I'm not bitter, I swear. But with that usually comes a counterpoint, something that unexpected and I didn't think about. So innovation gets fostered in a variety of ways, and we have a lot of voices from different backgrounds, areas, and regions. Well, then things happen in ways that you didn't expect. And so that's why, I'll wait. And so what I want to do is make sure everyone that's watching here and on live streams, if you are interested in the Stardust Collective, to get involved. You can join us. We're a friendly bunch. This QR code on the screen takes you to our type form, and we can't let everyone in right now, but as we continue to scale up through on-chain voting and all these other things, y'all can participate, right? And then we'll continue to innovate with these new structures and governance things. And Ryan David Williams was on the last panel. We've had talks over the years about Stardust Collective and all the different iterations, so there'll be a new framework, I'm sure, to come out, and he'll bill me for it. And no, I'm kidding, I love you, Dave Ryan. And then also, if you are a builder and looking to build, the Stardust Collective does have a grant program in the 7 figures for builders, entrepreneurs, and those that would like to join the Constellation ecosystem. I'll actually put the QR code on the screen, so y'all can take a moment to go to the website and apply for Stardust grant. It isn't just for L0 or Metagraph tokens, but if you're trying to put data onto chain or just grow, the future of blockchain, we want to hear from you, because we don't just only fund certain things, And then lastly, because we believe in BYOB, everyone should be able to build their own blockchain, all right? And so one thing I did want to talk about real quick, not really talk about it, but is a new partner that was unexpected to me, but I'm excited for, if we want to roll the next video. And thank you, everybody.
My name is Brandon McCatherine. I'm the founder and the commissioner of the Professional Grappling Federation, or PGF World. The Professional Grappling Federation is the world's first and only Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu league, and we're the only league in the fastest growing sport on the planet. I'm excited to announce that for season 7 of the PGF, we're gonna be teaming up with the Constellation Network, Team Constellation on PGF season 7. This partnership offers us an opportunity to bring together the worlds of technology and jiu-jitsu in an incredibly powerful way for the very first time. The thing that excites me the most about this opportunity is we're bringing together two completely different audiences that have never really crossed paths before. You've never had jiu-jitsu and technology, and we've never really had technology and jiu-jitsu. So on behalf of the Professional Grappling Federation and honestly, the entire jiu-jitsu community, thank you Constellation Network, and we can't wait to get to work.
Wow, that's some pretty exciting. HGTP is going to be hitting the mat in November. So I'm Dagnan PI. Some of you guys may or may have not seen some of my tweets online. I do the marketing for Stardust Collective, and I'm here with Court, who has been the recipient of some of those grants that Altif was talking about.
Yes, very grateful for that. I'm the founder and president of Introna Corporation, and we were very lucky to receive a grant from Stardust in order to help us actually build on the Constellation Network. And with the PGF, thank you, Brandon, for being willing to work with us. Introna has made a fantasy application for users to be able to go and actually participate as an owner of the team inside of this tournament, draft their players, and then us actually validate that information and make it immutable on-chain, which is a very neat application, and it kind of is going to bring a lot more consumer eyes to what we're doing.
Yeah, and it's not. I mean, you have your plate full. I mean, it's not just the PGF stuff. You have your own application, Introna, that's also been a recipient of the Stardust grants, and you submitted a hackathon project.
Yes, yes. So I partnered with a company called Illicit Edge, as well as a company called Yeatum. Yeatum is a data aggregation and intelligence sourcing website. They have a lot of information about insider trading, certain SEC policies that might affect markets in large. And Illicit Edge is a company that was founded by a man named Ryan Wallerstein. He's ex-Treasury Department, and they actually focus on compliance, stories that relate to what we're doing with DLT, but in a way that's more focused on, international organized crime. That's something that has been affecting DLT for far too long. So for our hackathon, we were very happy to win the Public Good Award. We created a nice little prototype for us to be able to make news immutable. For us to be able to prove that somebody said something via a news channel such that they can't go back and make a change, such that there is a path to ownership for that information, whether or not it was real information or disinformation. And that was something that we're very proud of as well. And then Introna, Introna's a big one. We had the opportunity and great fortune to work with Quant Network. They originally created ISO 222, TC 307, and a couple people on their team have ACH patents from back in the day. They work with the Bank of International Settlements, the European Central Bank, and His Majesty's Treasury now. It was Her Majesty's Treasury. But we have a chain-agnostic consumer and enterprise application that will allow folks to engage in traditional enterprise but benefit from the efficiencies that DLT provides. And Constellation was truly the best environment for us to be able to do that. We have the chain-agnostic applications in order for people to use the Secure Asset Transfer Protocol that was developed by the IETF in order to transfer assets, simultaneously mint and burn them, and allow them to exist only on one network but be governed by one ultimate contract. Reflect all of the information to the metagraph such that we can keep track of that, and then provide sovereignty for financial assets in the traditional markets, starting out with just securities and commodities, but it can transfer to digital bills of lading, letters of credit, and real estate very quickly. We built out jurisdictional profiles such that the users and holders of these assets are actually coded so that they're only able to engage with MiCA compliant or VERA compliant or CFTC compliant, SEC compliant trades. And in these interactions, couple checks, you make sure that they're following the laws that are necessary, and then they're able to peer-to-peer transact these in a way that doesn't require a broker. We're also leading a work group at the NDF. Very well done, Diggles, with the Space Working Group. And I lead the Financial Product Tokenization Work Group, and we're very proud to be presenting November 6th alongside with you. We have a model for freely tokenizing the US dollar as well as all other assets of the United States as a service, minus fees, obviously, it has to remain running. But we believe in creating blockchain for good, and we're very grateful for Constellation and the collective for helping us along this way, helping us learn, and ultimately helping us expand into the next year and the years to come.
Yeah, and if you guys want to check out some information about the GBA, Diggles dropped in some pretty insightful information about the Secure Information Working Group that's part of the National DigiFoundry in this federal section of my Telegram. But you guys are, like you said, you're also part of that. Can you maybe dive into a little bit about like what GBA is, or like what you're doing for the Financial Product Tokenization Working Group, which the U.S. Treasury Department is a part of, and it's probably nothing.
So initially, we just wanted to tokenize financial assets, but we ran into a great problem that a lot of people don't think about, is underlying value metric. There has to be a base underlying value that we evaluate everything with. Otherwise, we're always looking at something that is variable. So the US dollar, it's already traded across the world, across the globe, and is highly respected inside of our financial markets to date. And we found a way to express this US dollar in a chain agnostic fashion. And we say express because we don't believe that tokenization of the US dollar should be held by third parties. We believe it should be a service to the United States and to the people of other countries. It should be something that is regulated, but ultimately should not be within the realms of those black boxes that we're talking about. We have recently witnessed over the last 10 years one of the largest financial crimes in the world, the mass printing of the US dollar against what would be votable. And through that, there is a path to redemption, but we specifically have to make it to where we can at least freeze interest if we choose to. And programmable money is one of the ways that we can absolutely do that and provide sovereignty to people at the same time to protect them from insolvency through banks. And the presentation we'll be giving with the NDF in November is really just our simulation of what that looks like, how much money we can save, who is protected, comparisons between what happens when these databases go down versus the folks that chose to make their assets immutable and self-custody them. And in that way, hopefully we can change a couple billion lives for the better and continue down. Constellation was the only way for us to actually make this work. The infinite horizontal scalability, as well as the feeless nature and the customizable framework of the metagraphs is the only thing that made this solution possible in the way that it needed to be, in a compliant but also safe manner.
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of near and dear to my heart because, the federal and enterprise stuff is something that I've just been, that's my little niche, because, I think without standards and without some sort of regulatory framework, this stuff is just going to be all over the place. You need a standard, right?
You do,
Yeah.
you do. And for America specifically, as we start to introduce this technology, it's important, and Introna is doing this, to create models. We call them maps, metagraph applications. And it's a nice little map for everybody to read based on industry. Now, it's not going to be 100% customized. That's what we're there to put the elbow grease in for. But it's important for them to have a starting point. Like we were mentioning, having all of these nice little frameworks for people to come and immediately adopt and transition to this new technology as a medium to small-sized business. They don't have $100,000, $200,000 to go get a development company. What they do have is the ability to come to people like us if we make it for them and allow them to transition easily. And so we will have different models built for different enterprises. We're going to release them as they come, as we find interest in them. And we'll do it in a modular way such that we can make sure we get it right.
Yeah. And that ties into not only the work that you're doing with the NDF, but Introna, right? And that's one of the things that I really love about what you guys are doing. Because I've pointed out this little factoid, it's the small to medium-sized businesses that actually make up something like 60% of the global GDP. So you got billions and trillions of dollars, and that's, these Coca-Colas of the world, they're great, but it's everybody else that actually contributes more to the economy than the big boys, and that's what you're doing. You have a solution for the small to medium-sized businesses.
Yes, the economy is that large section of the market and our population. Obviously, people that are founders create tech companies, have logistics companies, and others, even oil and gas. They become disconnected, and they stop serving the people in the way that the technology was meant to, and ultimately greed and corruption starts to rule. With technology like this, not only can we stop corruption and greed in perpetuity, but we can also prevent communism in mass in perpetuity as well.
Yeah, and you guys are on IntegrationNet right now, and you got that countdown timer.
Yes, 31st.
So, yeah, 31st. So can you maybe, those people that are just tuning in right now and the people that are in the audience, can you maybe explain to them like what's going live?
Absolutely. So we have a secondary marketplace. We initially had an ICO. Our ICO was fiat only, KYC to AML. Nobody had ever done it like this. And needless to say, we didn't make a ton of money because we weren't accepting, black wallet, Ethereum, or Bitcoin, where we didn't know where it came from because we weren't able or willing to take that risk. So we distributed, along with it, if you bought X amount of tokens, a piece of art, an NFT. It was done by my sister, the chupacabras. And what these chupacabras represented was the framework for us to build a marketplace with a secondary using proof of authentication of a real asset, but not something that would be governed by any governing body that would want to come after us. And in that way, we could build the technology without having to worry about someone breathing down our back until we had clarity. We're from Texas. We're from a small town in Texas. That's where we're going to stay. And from that, we wanted to do something, and this was the most logical way for us to build before we were able to actually release financial products in a compliant manner. So our secondary market for these chupacabras will go live. You'll be able to see your IMT. Listings will come shortly after that. And then we're going to start to release our financial products and some of the enterprise products. First enterprise models that will come out, oil and gas, that's what my family does, agriculture, and then there's going to be a financial aggregation for basically checking the health of your financial status. Stress testing your retirement plan, being able to look across everything and then make that immutable and then provide analysis for that at a fee.
Yeah, and that in and of itself is kind of a big deal. I mean, there's people that buy apps that do exactly that. You just plug in your Fidelity retirement info and, can I retire 10 years from now?
Exactly, and it's not going to be financial advice. What it's going to be based on is, a Monte Carlo that I've kind of changed in a particular way, such that I feel it would represent based on mathematics, and it's not a feeling. It's based on mathematics. This is what your goals are most likely to lead to based on overall market data that exists right now. That was my background as financial advisement. And in that way, people can at least plan without having to go and give a percentage of their assets for a manager if they can't afford it. Or if they don't reach, active trading thresholds inside of Fidelity, they still have access to certain things, right? So in this way, it lets them plan for the future better, protect their assets, and then also just get ready for what's coming with those products. Because that transition, 115 trillion flows through bonds alone in Europe, 115 trillion, a little more in America per year. And once we start to tokenize and standardize these interactions, the sky's really the limit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and as we head down the time here, let's go back to the PGF, because the other thing that I like about that is we're, breaking barriers, right? We're getting into non-traditional markets and avenues that people don't traditionally associate with crypto, right?
Yes.
So like what part of your framework from Introna is, because you're doing both, right?
Yes, so ultimately we would like the PGF to have its own metagraph. It's going to be operating on Introna's metagraph at first, but the PGF itself is a tournament that was built around making jiu-jitsu tournaments better, providing that action, providing fighters a way to actually participate and earn money, take care of the people that are actually part of that community. So in this way, we are reflecting the data initially just from the admin panel side, so that they can reflect what has happened inside of their tournament. Next season, we are validating user information at source. So we're starting at the business, then we're transitioning to the users, which is about the right development path and adoption path that we will use with a lot of the Introna customers. Get the businesses used to using the technology first, and then transition the customers bit by bit. So the PGF, it's the 3rd through the 8th of November. We have some wonderful coaches this year, like world-class, legendary coaches. Brandon's put together a crazy event. Constellation will have a team, we'll have a team, and through that, we're going to be able to start to express different ways to use the technology that provides efficiencies for the business, and then pull different manual, levers that provide revenue in the short term, but also the long term. That long-term time horizon for businesses, having data to be able to provide analysis of, it's all much easier when you have it on a metagraph and it's all waiting for you. You don't have to combine spreadsheets or deal with some master long Excel. It makes it much easier for you to do what you need to do as a business. And if you want to see it, UFC Fight Pass, November 8th.
That's right, HGTP taking over the mat.
Yes, sir.
Team Constellation's gonna win.
Good luck.
All right, thanks for watching, everybody. And yeah, man, I mean, I'm just blown away by all the stuff. I mean, you got all the government adoption. It's on chain right now. Everybody can see it. It's on the Explorer. Panasonic, Toughbooks, OpenAI, essentially is built on top of Constellation now.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, and thank you very much. We are doing a Safe plus T. For accredited investors, if you are interested, please scan this QR, fill out the form, we'll reach out, or you can reach out to us. You can email me at al@introna.io. And to mention their success, massive congratulations to the Constellation ecosystem and their team. What a wonderful job. 7 years seems like a long time. I'm sure it flew by for them in certain points, but to achieve what they've been able to achieve in this time frame at the level that they've been able to do it, both government and enterprise, is truly astounding.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, when you just look at the fact that it was like, what, 2018, right? And then you look at similar companies that I've drawn parallels to online all the time, like Palantir. So Palantir started in 2003, I believe. So they've been a company for over 20 years, working and building on their technology. And, in my opinion, Constellation is on par with that. I mean, the stuff that they've done with the Department of Defense alone has just opened up so many doors. I mean, it got Panasonic at the table, right? It got Common Crawl at the table, right? And it got you guys at the table, right? Yeah, I mean, hats off to these guys. I mean, they've accomplished so much in just, in my opinion, a short amount of time. I mean, when you look at it that way.
Everything is going to be tokenized, and the question is, are people going to try to do it compliantly or jump the gun? And this network, this group of people, they're the network and the group of people that it needs to be done on and with. 100%, there's no question. And there's going to be a transition from most of crypto and DLT being criminal activity towards only being legitimate activity. There will be proper controls put in place such that the things that we are seeing now will not continue to happen. And we're very proud to say that Constellation is going to be a big, big player in that.
FBI's got a meme coin.
They also have Ivan.
I mean, yeah. All right. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. And maybe we'll see you next year.
Yes, sir.
In Texas.
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, well, welcome back from break. We are in the home stretch of HyDef 2024. And so I'm also going to go back to 2017 for a second, to when I met Ben Jorgensen, when, you know, Ben's a rock star entrepreneur, and I was a bratty 27-year-old in San Francisco. And there we are in his living room trying to edit a white paper about distributed ledger technology. And over the years, through all the highs and lows and stuff, it was always about the technology and always about giving something to the people. And over the course of these 7 dynamic years, you know, he's been a great advisor, mentor. I'm an only child, so he's the closest thing I have to a brother, and I tell him that all the time, and we fight like them. You know. And so today it is my honor and truly privilege to introduce Ben Jorgensen, the founder and CEO of Constellation Network.
Hello again. I thought I'd take a little moment to do a little gratitude for today. I like to start every presentation with like just a moment of taking a deep breath of like what we've accomplished. It's pretty amazing to see everybody in this room from different walks of life. And it's just like a miracle in many ways to be able to like hold your own conference in San Francisco, one of the most complex cities to build tech. But it's an amazing, vibrant place. As I think one of my panels, they were talking about like the conversations that you have, the synchronicity that happens is amazing. And to be able to get to hold a conference here at the One Hotel is pretty awesome. Before I begin my keynote, I want to give a huge thanks to the AV team. You guys have been awesome. Like really, really beautiful, beautiful work. It was really professional. We had AV plans. It was amazing. A huge thanks to Altif, like behind the scenes, man, that like, not even today, just like all the other days. Stardust Collective for really putting this on and taking the reins on marketing. Dagnum, you coming into our world has taken so much weight off my shoulders that we as a company have been able to focus on creating great products, creating the future. And you know, not having to always worry about the community and the marketing side and really getting back to our basics of what we do, and that's technology. So I can't thank all of you. And another big thanks, and I swear my Oscar moment will be done and we'll kick this off, but the whole company has been absolutely amazing. Chad building out my decks, Joao managing all the products getting pushed, all the announcements, all the integration. Like this team is one of the most amazing teams. Alex, amazing keynote, highlighting some amazing things. Like he had a lot to cover, and weaving those stories it's just amazing. And all the panelists that I worked with and the ones that Diggles worked with. Diggles, I love you, buddy. You're my brother. Like it's fun to do this stuff. So actually, I think this is a new energy and it's a new unveiling. And yeah, I'm just so appreciative to have you all, and my beautiful fiance who I get married to in like 3 months. So cool. All right, but I thought long and hard for the last couple weeks as we started to plan this, and I was like, how am I going to make an impact? And Anand Iyer, who I was up here with, was really kind of influential in my thinking. It's like, it doesn't really matter what's happened to date. It doesn't even matter what happened today. It's all about what's going on in the next 10 years. Because things are changing so fast that if you're painting a picture for today, it's not going to be relevant. And so I started thinking how will Constellation be the network of the future? More specifically, how are we going to create a data economy, a world of data, and create a data economy around it? And that kind of gave me this idea of like, and I'll give a little heads up or nod to Ryan Williams, kind of also had this impact and of an inspiration to this talk, was like technology and the economy are really a set of inputs, processes, and actions, or outputs, if you will. And any limitation of input will have a daisy chain effect on the output, or the processes, and the actions. And so if you start to think of early generations of blockchain, you're really starting to think of limitations on inputs. And limitations on inputs means limitations on outputs and limitation on various actions that we see. And one thing that really helped me kind of conceptualize this is a diagram that I made here around the evolution or access to information, as I called it. And in the early 1900s, we had the creation of corporations, and corporations really fed us information. They told us that smoking was cool, it was good for your health. Like, that was how we got information. We got it on a local level, local news telling us things, and that was our source of truth. But then something in the 1990s and 2000s happened, and we became a global world, not just through policy and regulation that was a part of it under the Clinton era, but it was also the rise of e-commerce. So not only were you now in your local environment, you were actually you were getting information on a global scale. Products you could consume were internationally distributed. You had access to new things. You had a feedback loop of information that was global. But it wasn't until the mid 2005, 2010, when the social graph came out. That was the first thing that we started to see how humans were actually becoming data mines, and that we were starting to see multi-conglomerate tech companies overtake corporations in gathering information, gathering data in troves, and we voluntarily gave our data left and right. We signed T's and C's for this free product, and then we started clicking on a barbecue sauce. We like some barbecue sauce, and that barbecue sauce would then link us to a barbecue that we would buy, and then it would be a whole daisy chain. We're like, wow, this is kind of crazy. And we didn't really question what was going on in the world, that there were multi-trillion capitalizations being made over data literally overnight. That's the information that I'm talking about. Trillions of dollars being made around the dissemination and harvesting of information. But it made sense. So why are we here? It made sense that there would be a rise in some digital currency that evaluated decentralization. Like, we're starting to question, are these things right? This happened right about 2015. We really started questioning if these harvesters of data and these trillion-dollar companies, how are they making $1 trillion if it's a free platform to like things? Like, crazy. But we don't know the value. But then crypto comes along, and communities started being formed. They started looking at the advent of communities from social media, where people were like, oh, I need to buy a like, I need to build a follower, but it's really just a one-way interaction. But crypto went, no, fuck that. We need to have a dynamic interaction. We need to go back and forth. We need to have a say in what's going on. And we need to implement transparency at its core, which kind of brings me to 2024 and the rise of AI. So now all this data is being made, and now there's so much information. The whole world has more information than we've ever had access to. Like, we have so much information coming at us, it's crazy. Nobody trusts anybody. Nobody trusts what comes out of a politician's mouth. Nobody trusts what's online or in the news. But yet we have access to all this information. And it's kind of crazy that there's a lack of trust. There's a lack of transparency. So blockchain communities are being built, but now we're questioning how AI, we're early on this one, where everybody's questioning the information and the response that we're getting from AI and all the creation of the outputs that come from AI. And so if we can all agree that data, or there was going to be an exponential creation of data inputs, then these are some major trends in AI. AI is the major consumer of data. So agreeing to this, we kind of start to see, what is the future of AI being the biggest consumer of data? Well, what we're going to see is multimodal AI. What does that mean? Well, it means that we've got to start looking beyond text as inputs. We have to look at audio and visual. Well, that's a huge amount of inputs. We're going to have to look at agentic AI. Right now, we're in a reactive state. We text ChatGPT, it gives us a response. But agentic AI is proactive. And so what that means is that you could think about environmental monitoring, for example. And environmental monitoring could create data, it could process it, it could analyze it, and it could create predictions or outputs to provide a full circle. That's the era that we're entering. So massive amounts of processing is going to happen once we open up the troves of data inputs. Another big movement will be around open source data, open source AI. AI is super expensive. So thinking through the Common Crawl example, when people take or download a history of Common Crawl, They then have to parse through and get rid of about 90% of the data. They clean that data, they put it back into a server, they then run training models over it, and then they save it back again. That's expensive. So we're going to have to look at open source AI as a solution for the future. Another big thing that's going to happen in the next 10 years is hallucinations. What does this mean? This really means the incorrect or poisoning of data, which then leads me to my final point around AI ethics and security. So now you're going to be inserted with poisoned data, incorrect data that's feeding all these systems, creating outputs, and creating misinformation. How ethical is that? How do we govern data for the future? Well, I think Constellation's pretty equipped for that. As we've heard today, we've heard about the impact. If you look at through the lens of Constellation as inputs, you start to think of the microservice frameworks that we talk about, the customizable data logic that we talk about, the scalability aspect. All these things start to really come together when you think about the world through inputs. And so it's really hard to compare Constellation when you look at the world through a bunch of inputs, am I right? But what can we do with this? What does that mean? Well, we can actually use democratized data to impact positive change, curb misinformation, create transparency with certainty, while creating an economic frontier. Like, that's pretty powerful. This is a data economy, right? And so I think even Ryle said this a little earlier, but Constellation, in my minds, and I sat with this for like several weeks, and I'm like, well, the hypergraph really is a public network for public impact when you put it in this frame of reference. And when you think of when you think about it in that context, hypergraph is not a limited framework. We should not be limited to the impact we can make on the world. Like, this is a really powerful thing that we're doing with technology. And I know a lot of people in Silicon Valley are like, we're going to change the world. But you heard it from so many people about the impact that we can have by putting data on chain, creating transparency, creating better financial products, do environmental monitoring. It's pretty fascinating. And we look at it through the lens of Common Crawl. They really see this vision around democratizing data. They see the power of it happening over the last 3 years. They've been doing this for almost 10 years of crawling the internet, and they really haven't explored beyond the wall of crawling the internet until they saw the power of what people were using it for in terms of large language models, taking that data, putting it into large language models. And so where's the next frontier? Well, they truly believe in democratizing data. This should be accessible to everybody. And what does this mean? Integrating where are they looking for the next frontier? Right? Well, we're able to integrate APIs into a metagraph and create joint solutions. What are these joint solutions? Well, we can do common causal relationships between other clean data, between another large language model over here and there, and we can reduce cost efficiencies. We can reduce cost efficiencies and increase interconnectedness through blockchain technology. And I think this is a really powerful statement from a company that's crawled the web for the last almost 20 years. And this will also give us an opportunity to explore new customers and a whole new community vision around data, because that's what we do powerful in Web3 is create communities. But how does this work for the individual retail crypto enthusiast, the follower of Constellation? Well, in early 2025, we're going to introduce a concept called delegate staking. And the idea of delegate staking here is that any user will open up their Stargazer wallet. It really starts with the Stargazer wallet. They'll go in, they'll get introduced to cryptocurrency by able to redeem a alpaca token. They'll be able to quickly redeem it, be onboarded. They can then go get DAG through our partner with C14. And then they can take that DAG and then they can start delegating it to a validator node of their choice. And that validator node is actually running a node on our network. And what that means is they can support causes like our head of product, Joao. If you believe in him and you love his vision and he's able to kind of share rewards and you're helping him participate in validating transactions on the network, you could delegate your collateral instantly from Stargazer Wallet to Joao and be a part of the story. Or you could go down the path of Panasonic. Maybe Panasonic's getting ready to put up a metagraph. but they're unsure of what they want to do. But we know and trust Panasonic, and they're going to do something really big. They're going to do a lot of different things. Well, I could delegate to Panasonic. Or maybe I'm a cause-based individual that I'm like, I really want data to be democratized, and I'm going to delegate it all the way to Common Crawl and support their cause, all the while earning different fees and participating in data governance. But not everybody has to be a Common Crawl or the Department of Defense or a Panasonic to build on Constellation and build a metagraph. You can literally get started today. And I think that was the fascinating thing that I saw from the hackathon, where people realizing they don't just have to create a token. They could actually put data on chain, they could earn validator rewards in the form of DAG, and they could contribute to the public good or the public network. But where this vision goes even further is, okay, if I have an application and I want to collect new data and I want to activate a community, well, then I could go out and create my own token, my own L1 currency, incentivize people on data collection, and create a bigger pool of data around my use case. As that vision then scales and the developers start seeing kind of the potential, they could actually start to attract delegate staking around their cause and start to share in the fees around their distributed network. Or they could create their own node operator network to help them validate more transactions on the network to scale their opportunity. And so there's infinite amount of scaling opportunities and community network effects that can actually be built in the core of Constellation. It doesn't have to be this complicated thing that's so esoteric. It can literally start by putting data on chain and earning DAG. It starts there, and you can grow your business and do so much more with it. And one of the things that got maybe even overlooked today is that we changed the DAG Explorer. One of the big things that we thought about over the last 4 weeks were, how do we get people to track the metrics that matter to us? How do we get people to track on-chain utility and show the value of it? And so we reconfigured the entire DAG Explorer to really inspire our development community and our crypto audience to really track the metrics that matter to us. How much DAG is being locked up denotes how many metagraphs are on the network. It shows people participating in metagraph growth, snapshots and data to the network. You don't have to understand individual use cases to understand that there's just data coming on the network. You don't have to understand whether foot traffic data is valuable. You can just see transactions and snapshots hitting up the network. Then also, how does the story fit together with a lot of our enterprise and private engagement? Well, yes, we are using open source technology, and just like Red Hat, we're licensing, doing white glove services, and we pay a license back to the network. And so it becomes a full circle vision of Constellation. And so I said this the other day, I was like, if it's not on the hypergraph, then it didn't happen. And I think there's some truth to that, right? And what I also love about this statement is that it's also about seeing that there's a reason for people to come to the hypergraph. Let's make impact. Let's create impact. Let's show the narrative of putting data on chain and democratizing data for a whole new world of data consumption that we haven't seen before. So as I finish this talk today, just kind of wanted to highlight a few things that we've heard today. Number one, AI equals data. There's so much data being made. What does that mean? It means inputs. And expanding inputs will unlock exponential use cases. We have yet to see the use cases that blockchain can accommodate because the inputs have been limited. And that's the story we've been trying to tell for so long. And it's really difficult, or else they would have done it the 7 years before. But more inputs will create more use cases, and we're just starting to see that at the fundamental level with people like Common Crawl. Data-driven narratives will drive a new economy. So it's not just putting about data on chain, it's about creating an economy of data. How can I earn from putting data on chain, and how can I incentivize putting more people on data on chain and give this whole mission around impact and transparency? And at the end of all this, the hypergraph is a public network for public impact. Let's create some change. Let's see it through the lens of data because it's not going anywhere. So thank you, everybody, for today. This is such an amazing day. It just warms my heart to see all of you and be a part of this future, and I think the time is now. So thank you for an incredible time. Let's go have some cocktails, enjoy Yokai, enjoy the after event with the Digital Chamber.